All right, we are live. Let me check the stream health, make sure things are dandy. Not the character from American Horror Story season whatever. More so referring to the stream health. By the way, how is the audio? Hopefully it's good. Okay, yeah, it's looking good. What I am going to do now is I am going to share the stream to Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, but more importantly, I'm going to share it over to Blue Sky, which if you guys have a Blue Sky account, you can follow me on there. My plan is to eventually shift completely over to Blue Sky. The Halo community is small over there. A couple of content creators, thankfully, have made the transition, trying to build up a bit more of a base. But what's really nice about Blue Sky's Halo community is because it's so small, a lot of the discussions kind of feel like talking to people outside the internet about Halo, where people are just kind of like polite as a default. The yelling, I have not seen much of the yelling, which is awesome. Wanna talk about Halo? Ask me anything. Uh-oh. That was my Shih Tzu in the background. Huffing and puffing. What's your Blue Sky link? I will post it. Yeah, I should actually add it to default link stuff in the description. There we go. All right, it's shared to Blue Sky. And then let me get that and post it over here. There you guys go. If anybody has a Blue Sky, feel free to follow me there. But, okay, audio seems fine. I don't usually watch live streams as the Harry Harper show. Well, I feel flattered that you're watching mine. I feel honored and flattered. Here, we're going to cap this to 60 FPS just so that the stream maintains some level of consistency. You guys don't get any choppiness. Do you think we'll get cross-core chess pieces in Halo Infinite? Hard to say. I feel like every time that I make a prediction about Halo, at least Halo Infinite, it goes completely wrong. Outside of, like, playable elites, I don't think those will ever truly come. But mostly, I don't know if you guys have heard the news. Well, informal news, I should say. That's some good V8 energy. Basically, what seems to be going on is that Halo Infinite, whether due to, like, you know, a player base that is surprisingly sustaining itself, or some folks over at Halo Studios were able to move around a couple of dollars, it seems like Halo Infinite support is not, like, it's not going to be anything too crazy, but it's also not dead. It seems like for next year going into Halo, we're going to be getting Invasion. It's going to be made using Forge, which makes sense. You know, it's very easy to generate content without ballooning up the budget and stuff if you just use the community tools to create it. But then it also seems like we're going to be getting Warzone at some point. Surprisingly. I had a weird idea. What if you gave Sprint a timer, like from Reach, but you could still shoot while sprinting? That, I hear you, and I do like the idea of a timer. The shooting while sprinting, the problem with that is it would encourage extremely aggressive, reckless behavior, and a lot of deaths would be the result of people just flying into a room, firing their weapon on all cylinders, and you just have, like, no way to slow them down or stop them. Like, it would encourage extremely chaotic, kind of manic behavior from the players. Is there audio for the game? Let me know. Oh, yeah, I think there is a little bit. Here, let me bump it up just a smidge. You guys can hear that, right? Okay. Did they fix the 60 FPS cap being slightly broken and being slightly under 60 on PC? No, they did not. That the frame pacing, it is still not correct. So if you cap the frame rate on PC, it will always be slightly above or slightly below. And it'll happen every... God, I forgot what it was. It happens at a regular interval where you will get a very tiny hitch to the display because the frame rate is not being calculated correctly.
Oddball.
What if you fire weapons while sprinting, but getting shot stops you from sprinting like Halo 5? Well, that could be a good solution, but the issue then is that sprinting starts to become very, it feels very inconsistent, because what people like about sprint is that they like kind of being locked in to a movement speed, you know? They like that they hit that button and then boom, they're kind of like, their locomotion is automated and they're moving in that straightforward line at a quick speed. And so by doing that, you would have people complaining that sprint doesn't feel good. At that point, it's just kind of like, sprint inherently changes the way that like Halo feels and plays. And in order to have sprint in Halo, you have to kind of change what Halo is to make it feel better. And are some people okay with that? I saw my radar, I saw the the red blip lit up, and that usually means that somebody has jumped from a bottom level up to your level. So I just turned around and threw that thing as hard as I could, and there was nobody there. He was beneath me on the floor below me. He probably jumped up and bumped into the ceiling. Damn it, okay. That was close. No, that wasn't that close. Yeah, sprinting, in my opinion, just my opinion, I think I still prefer Reach's implementation of it the most, just because I'm a big fan of sprint being like kind of a resource that you have to manage. I like the idea of finite sprint, because then it becomes genuinely a bit more of a tactical decision. Because you're draining your stamina, and then the stamina takes a couple of seconds to recharge back up. The problem with Halo 4's sprint, I think, was that it operated a bit more like Call of Duty, where the second that you stop sprinting, the bar begins refilling. I preferred Reach, where there's this long buffer, and then the whole thing refills immediately, you know?
We have the ball.
It makes the act of doing it feel very deliberate. Oh boy. Damn it. Okay. Don't know if you talked about this in a video. What are your thoughts on Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer as a whole? I really like Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer. It's got a couple of problems. Some balancing decisions maybe that I don't agree with too much. And I think it overall harms like the fun of the mode. But it feels kind of like what maybe Halo 4 ought to have been. Because Halo 4, the whole idea of that is you want to take Halo and make it very easy to play. Kind of like scrub away a lot of that competitive underpinning and make it just a game where anybody can run around and get a killing spree in. But the problem is they went about it by just, you know, copying whatever the competitors were doing, Call of Duty and stuff. Halo 2 Anniversary does it in a way that feels more true to Halo by basically taking Halo's core combat loop and just making that easier. You know, the battle rifle, easier to use than the Halo 2 version. SMG, same thing. And so because of that, it is very fun to kind of pop off in Halo 2 Anniversary, but I think the long-term sustainability of a game like that, where it's all dopamine hits, it means that you can get pretty bored of it after a while, just because it doesn't really push back against you too hard. Those are my thoughts while under stress, holding the oddball. Show yourself. I really like playing Oddball, by the way. Hold on. Here we go. Hey, Mr. LNG, going to work soon, so have a good stream, says Mr. Nowhere. Dude, thank you so much. Dude, it's good to see you. Are you going to be playing the stream while you're at work? I appreciate the donation as always, Mr. Nowhere.
We have the ball.
It's very generous of you.
We have the ball.
How do BR starts feel in this mode? BR starts feel fairly decent. The Halo Infinite Battle Rifle, I do wish that that vertical recoil was removed and that the burst was sped up just a smidge. But it feels pretty decent. What I think really helps the mode is actually the, this thing. The Avenger. Go to where? Says the wife.
Enemy team nearing victory.
LNG, I think Halo 4 Sprint feels more like Reach's Sprint armor ability. I think that's because I never played COD Fish also. Well, the reason it feels like Halo Reach's is because under the hood it is Halo Reach's. I think that they loosened up the turning a little bit, so you can turn a little bit more while you're engaged in Sprint. But under the hood in the code, Halo 4 does treat it as an armor ability, which is pretty funny. So that's probably why it feels so much like Reach's, because it is. That's also why in high ping networks, when you're playing Halo 4, Sprint stops working consistently, as do other armor abilities, because under the hood it's treated as an armor ability. So any networking related bugs that happen to the other armor abilities also happen to Sprint. Ooh, caught you live, says Tim O'Brien. Happy to have you here, buddy. What's up? How's it going? It's going pretty good. I am editing together the evolution, or should I say re-evolution of Halo's pistol. And it's going pretty damn well, if I do say so myself. I made up a pretty cool graphic that was inspired by like Halo Combat Evolved, as well as Halo 2's Vidox that Bungie does.
Enemy has the ball.
Did, I should say. And I'm having a lot of fun with that. It's starting to get going. Warthog comes after that one is finished. But I'm also brainstorming in my head, rolling around in my head ideas for a shorter video in the meantime, because the evolution videos take a couple of weeks to do if I've really got a good workflow going. Yeah, I'm still doing that grind. I want that Master Chief skin. I really, really want that Master Chief skin. So actually grinding out Halo Infinite while being able to chat with you guys helps quite a bit. Did you see Hidden Xperia's latest interview? If so, what do you think about the reboot takes? I didn't. I saw the thumbnail for it. He talked to Hardy LaBelle, right? If somebody could give me kind of like the cliff notes of that, I'd be curious, because Hardy, he worked on the multiplayer for Halo 1. And he's got quite a few thoughts about the Halo franchise. He wants 343 to completely reboot Halo and do it again, you know, from the beginning, retell the entire Halo franchise rather than continue the story. And I'd love to know what his thoughts were about it. What keyboard are you using? To be honest, I'm not sure what this brand is. It's that Master Chief keyboard that came out with the release of Halo Infinite. Why not do a Halo 2 Height of Pop Culture video like you did the first Halo 2000s era video not too long ago? Oh, well, the reason why is because that Halo video that I did a couple days ago, that one is more relevant to the rumor that there is going to be a remake of Halo Combat Evolved. Maybe once we get, you know, word on the street that there's also going to be a Halo 2 remake, I could. But as of right now, it's like, you know. if there's no reason to think we're going to be getting a Halo 2 remake, I don't want to make a video about something that's not real. What does actually surprise me is there were quite a few folks that were genuinely confused by the point of that video. Like, they thought that I was saying Halo 7 should feel like a Y2K game. Like, there apparently were people that missed the entire first minute of the video where I said maybe twice or 3 times that there's supposedly a Combat Evolved remake in the works. He wants a Halo reboot because nobody at Halo Studios will ever be able to recapture the Jason Jones Joe statement synergy. Oh, okay. I'm curious what he means by that. Does he mean replay or redo Halo so that they can kind of learn it? Or does he mean it's impossible to continue Halo because whatever they do, it won't feel like a natural progression of the Bungie era story? Is that what they mean? Or he means? Well, I don't know. Maybe Luke agreed with him, you know? Good stuff. That was a good first wave.
Plasma grenades.
Are you the only person who understands Halo 2's art style? No, I would not be so arrogant as to say that. I've got a couple of opinions, but I am not, I am not so arrogant as to suggest something like that. Interestingly, though, I do think that Halo Combat Evolved is a little bit more solid as an art style, I think, than Halo 2 is. Mostly just because Halo 3, to me, is just Halo 2, but in high definition. Or, well, sub-high definition, I guess. Like, really what separates a lot of Halo 3... Like, we could, you know, talk about designs this, designs that. But at a fundamental level, I feel like if you were to port Halo 3 assets back into Halo 2... and keep that color correction that Halo 2 has, not a lot would be lost. Whereas in Combat Evolved, you can't really do that. Like, the game looks so specifically Combat Evolved. If that makes any sense. Like, a lot of what makes Halo 3 look like Halo 3 really is just the color correction and lighting engine and stuff. Because a lot of those are just like, what if Halo 2 had more detail? What would you want from a Combat Evolved remake? What I would want from a Combat Evolved remake, I would want all of the original cast back. All of them. Every single one. I would want it to be a mission-based game. I would not want something that is open world with fast traveling and stuff like that. The formula that I would do is similar to Crisis 1. Where the levels are kind of gigantic sandboxes that you travel backwards through, you move forward through. There's little moments where some set pieces happen, but for the most part, it kind of feels like just a giant expansive environment. And then you complete the objective, and then loading screen, next mission, you know?
Hill ready. Hill control. Reinforcements.
Yeah, he thinks they're held back, but what's pre-established in pre-established in Halo's lore in the universe? Oh, that's definitely true. They are pretty much. It's the problem that like a lot of modern franchises have, where the longer they go on, the more rules are set in place. And the more rules are set in place, the less experimentation. Like, part of what makes, like, the early days of a franchise so damn fun is because it's like a wild west of ideas. And it happens, I think, to everything. Really, it's not exclusive to Halo. I certainly feel that with Star Wars, to be honest. What's your 30-second take on ODST? I think that ODST, out of all the Bungie games, ODST is the one that feels the most like a successor to Halo Combat Evolved. The combat loop, the backtracking, the hub world, and the way that the hub world kind of feeds into the core missions, as well as the sandbox design. It all feels extremely Combat Evolve-esque. And well, ODST may be like, I think ODST probably has like the weakest missions out of any of the Halo games. It definitely has the most satisfying combat loop for me, at least after Combat Evolved. Like, if I were to play any Halo games for their Combat Evolved, I'd pick either Combat Evolved or ODST. And Halo Infinite, I'll throw that in there as well.
Personification.
Hill ready. Hill control.
It's a double-edged sword. On one hand, adding rules makes consistency for the franchise. On the other, it does hinder some of the creative ideas to an extent. Yeah. I prefer the way, honestly, that Star Wars pre-Disney was handled. And honestly, even Bungie. The way that the Bungie era for Halo is handled. Where it's like, the game, whatever happens in the games, or in the case of Star Wars, the movies, that is canon, okay? But the books, their canonicity is kind of like, if you can fit it into your own personal canon, then sure. But it doesn't take itself too seriously, you know? I do like a little bit of looseness when it comes to the interconnectivity. Once, like, a franchise starts really, really locking down its lore, things get a little bit less fun. Stopping in to say, hey, late night, got a first date here soon. Have a great stream. Jake, congratulations, buddy. I hope it goes well. You can't tell me that ODST's missions are more weak than Halo 5's. I can, unfortunately. And what I mean by weak is not that they aren't fun to play through. More in, So, okay, let me put it this way. Think of, like, the Skyline mission from ODST. You're on a building, you travel across to another building, and then if I remember right, you fight through a hallway, and then there's a bridge. And you go across the bridge, and then just wave defense. Mission's over. Like, very short, and the actual environments that you traverse across are not, like... It's not something that's going to make for an exciting trailer, I guess is the best way to put it. Same with, like, the first mission with Buck, you know, where it's just the street. You go up the street, you enter a courtyard, you fight some hunters, then you go through a big door, and then there's the end of the mission. Like, there isn't anything crazy that you can put in a trailer, like something gigantic, like, wow, look at that giant Kraken thing. Wow, the Guardian's coming out of the water. Like, Halo 5's missions are obviously, like, not, to me at least, they're not as fun to play as ODST's, but it would be way easier to make an exciting trailer out of Halo 5 set pieces than it would be like ODST set pieces. That's what I mean by that. By weak mission design, as in conceptually, ODSTs are kind of a little bit flat. There's not a lot going on that's crazy and exciting. But that also reflects the budget of ODST. You know, ODST was, it was like the smallest team outside of Combat Evolved that got ODST together. And that's part of why the game's missions feel so much more low-key than the more bombastic, epic stuff you see in, like, Halo 2 and 3. What is your take on the show cancellation of Season 3? Are you disappointed knowing Halo Studios will be scared to try Halo again for a long time? Do you wish they continue just to have something Halo? I do wish they continued just so that there was something Halo-y. But it probably is for the best, honestly, because, like, just Paramount. I don't think Paramount got it. And from what it sounds like with a lot of their Star Trek stuff, Paramount seems very, very stuck on their way of producing the show for their streaming audience, and it takes kind of like bullying by the fan base to, and they will like reluctantly drift towards the source material after a lot of backlash, but it feels very kind of like half-hearted and done with a rolling of the eyes. Like there's no enthusiasm behind it, and I felt sort of like that with Halo Season 2. It felt like a, fine, you know, I guess we'll use the Halo theme. Like, that's the vibe I got from it. And so I guess finding a new home, having a fresh start with a team that is more enthusiastic about adapting the games would probably be for the best. I always thought the dialogue was a bit awkward in ODST. I get that. It's the, you know, everybody says that they don't like Joss Whedon type humor, but ODST is very witty, the dialogue. But I totally get that. It's not everyone's thing. I just think Joss Whedon, and Joe Staten are one of the few people on planet Earth that can make that style of dialogue work, where everybody is, like, super witty. Anybody else who attempts it, they come across as, like, obnoxious and punchable. You forget that at least 3 of the Halo 5 missions are just you walking around, not shooting anything. I'd consider those missions as weak as Infinite the Jackal? Who's Infinite the Jackal? And yeah, 3 of Halo 5's missions are you just walking around, but that's 3 out of 15. If we were to put the combat missions against Halo 5's combat missions, you could make an argument. I'm not saying that I'm going to make that argument, but I would not be confused if anybody felt that Halo 5's combat missions had more exciting set pieces than ODSTs. I would understand why they think that. Infinite the Jackal from Sonic Forces. Oh. God. Infinite could have been so cool in Sonic Forces. That what's so damn frustrating about Infinite from Sonic Forces is that is such a cool design for a character. The voice is so good, the theme song is so good, but the game is so bad. And it's not bad in like a Sonic 06 sense, where like there are parts of the story that are genuinely great. Like Mephiles is a great character trapped in a bad game. Like the writing, the story is one of the weakest aspects of Sonic Forces. So Infinite is affected by that. His writing is bad, even if all the concepts are great. And you can't do that again. You can't have a do-over. Like Sonic Forces is what it is. Bad idea. Infinite is a bad character, and it sucks because everybody else, other than the writing team, they were killing it. They were setting up something really cool, and then the writing team just dropped the ball so fucking hard. 3 anniversary when? To be honest, I don't think we'll ever see a 3 anniversary. back when they did Halo 2 Anniversary, that was during a kind of like graphical, the idea was like, if a video game comes out, has to look better than the previous video game. That's what's expected of people. And, you know, you could see that in the progression from Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, Halo 4, Halo 2 Anniversary, and so on and so on. But now it's like, I think at the time, Frank O'Connor said diminishing returns. And people kind of like misunderstood what he meant by that. They thought he was talking about the sales of the franchise. What Frank O'Connor was talking about is graphical returns. Like at a certain point, the game can't look better. You know, you've kind of hit a technological limit. And if they were to do a Halo 2 Anniversary, I don't really know what else you could do to make it look better than Halo 2 Anniversary.
Set start. Hill incoming.
You know, at a certain point, like pasting new graphics over old 360 era level design and animations and stuff, like you can't really, you run into like a hard limit where you can only make the game look so good because there are parts of the production that are stuck in 2007 that you can't change. And you see that a little bit with Halo 2 Anniversary, where it's like Frozen, it looks pretty good, but then people start moving around and you're like, oh, those are 2004 animations. And they don't even look that good for 2004, to be honest. So it's like, it's almost like you'd get more bang for your buck if you did a from-the-ground-up remake. Because then you aren't held back by, like, the level geometry, the animation work, the character rigs, and stuff like that. You can just go completely nuts and redo everything. Are you suggesting that ODST is a sophomorically overeager homage to Firefly down to half of its cast? Why, I never. Yeah, that is exactly what I am suggesting. And it's great that it is kind of like Joe Staten's bread and butter, is that kind of like super witty banter type writing. Yeah, just ODST is fun. Like all the Halo games that Joe Staten worked on the dialogue for, they usually come out feeling very strong. The only miss, I would say, as far as like Joe Staten's track record with Halo, was the first season, I think, that he worked on for Halo Infinite's multiplayer, Season 2. They're wolves, back from the hunt. And I think part of that, honestly, is more to blame. It's to be blamed by Joe Staten coming on board. It's almost like a Joss Whedon's Avengers type situation, where for Halo Infinite multiplayer, like, a lot of the characters were already there. You have this idea of the Academy. You have the Spartan commander character. And I feel like if Joe Staten was allowed to create something completely unique and be involved in the voice casting, it could have worked a lot better. Because the actress who did Spartan Agrinia, as well as the writing style and everything, it wasn't working. It does not feel like that is the character she was cast as, you know? Almost like as well as like a Peter Dinklage and Destiny type situation. That wizard came from the moon. It's like, I'm sorry, Peter. You want to try saying that again? I prefer third person. I prefer third person in games, but third person Halo looks cursed. Oh, I don't think it looks cursed at all. In fact, actually, I'm shocked at how good Halo looks in third person. Like, the character animation quality looks so high. It looks great. It looks really, really good. And it also feels great, too. Only thing that I think doesn't work that well, and this is just because, well, you know, third-person mode just came out years after being released. It is hard sometimes to tell what the status of the reload is. Like, when I press reload, I don't know how far into the reload my character is. You know, when I'm going, like, really crazy and swinging the camera around. I'd love some kind of, like, Gears of War, like, bar over the ammo counter so I can see how close I am to being done.
Set, start. Hill incoming.
I almost forgot about the multiplayer storyline. Yeah. Just one of those things, you know? And it's sad because after the fact, now that, like, Joe Staten is gone, and hearing some of the stories, like, some of the ideas, there was something interesting there. And the problem with it, mostly, was that it was kind of like, what Halo Infinite needed were updates quickly, not story stuff. It was kind of like you're trying to... You're a performer, people have bought tickets, and you're 4 hours late to your own performance, and then you go up there and you take forever talking, you know, like doing jokes and like kind of lollygagging and not really getting to the performance that people paid for. Like, people are tired. They're tired of waiting. You're late. Just get to your fucking songs, you know? And unfortunately, that was the situation that the multiplayer stuff was in, where it's like, oh my god, nobody cares. Just where's Infection? Where's Firefight? But one of the, you know, kind of like the idea that, like, Joe Staten was trying to do was, he had this, like, it was this idea of trying to have the greater Halo universe invade Halo multiplayer, in a sense, through the chaos that this little, like, crazy banished AA... So it's, okay, you start with the concept of customization. Characters have their own Spartan AIs, and they're extremely helpful, right? Well, what if one of the AIs wasn't helpful? What if one of the little AI characters that you earn is actually a problem, and he starts causing a problem? So regular Slayer matches, Spartans that are using this little tiki head AI thing, they're getting infected, and they're being turned into, like, zombie Spartans. And that's the story impacting the multiplayer, and also kind of, like, creating a narrative around why Infection is happening, is that it's a corrupted Slayer match, because of this customization option that you all have carried into the multiplayer mode. Then, from there, this little guy, he starts causing even more chaos. Like, the visuals of maps are breaking down, the menus are corrupted. You can see, like, the satellite is being hacked, and it's broadcasting from the main menu the position of the secret Spartan base to the Banished. And there you go, you've got a narrative context for Firefight, which is the Banished have found you, they're sending in all of their goons, and it's just like chaos, chaos, chaos. And then from there, Oni has to come, step in. They have to shut everything down. They send in these, like, drones, which you can see in concept art, and that's the basis for a new playable Spartan core, which would have been an Oni robot core. And then from there, you can begin exploring even more ideas that all have, like, this kind of ripple-on effect by this one little cosmetic thing that was added to the game. And that's kind of where he was going with it. But, you know, it was an impatient crowd. The game was unfinished, and we weren't really in the mood for this super clever narrative idea. I really like Spartan Din's design. I don't remember about the other one, though. To be honest, I don't remember either of them too well. Spartan Din, I do remember him with his helmet off, though. And I thought that that was a good character design, like the face of this. The armor I can't remember, though.
Your team scored victory.
Do you think they'll add third person in the Master Chief Collection? I'll make a prediction hoping that I'm wrong. I don't think they will, because that would require them patching the Master Chief Collection. But I hope I'm wrong. Who do you think would win in a brawl? A Cabal or a Brute? Oh, that's... I'm gonna go on out on a limb, and I'm gonna say Cabal, just because they're more fatty, and I feel like a Brute would have a hard time actually like injuring them in a fist fight, you know. Like you could bite all you wanted, I don't think you'd get through those layers of fat, you know. Do you think Halo campaigns should return to the linear style? Also, thinking maybe a campaign mode where you have a mission where you have to multiplayer PvEVP. Oh, like some kind of like that one would be a little bit difficult or a little bit tricky because that would rely on an active player base. Otherwise, that campaign mission becomes unplayable in the future. But I think a component of the story that is PvEVP could be cool. And yeah, I do hope that like Halo goes back to something a little bit more linear.
Set start. Hill incoming.
S7 sniper prepared for deployment.
Hill ready. Hill control. New teammate.
I wish they would do more AIs. Crazy they never did a Cortana weapon or chief AI. Yeah, it's part of I think some of the misplaced priorities that Halo Infinite had at the launch, which thankfully after Joe Staten came on board, like, do you guys remember the big content drought with Halo Infinite? How it for like almost a year and a half, just nothing was going on, nothing was being added to the game. And it just kind of felt like they were dicking around. Well, the content took quite a while to make, as all stuff does. Basically, what they were doing was they had no multiplayer plan. For the launch of Halo Infinite, it was just get the game out the door, like make sure that it's not like a broken pile of crap, which they were kind of successful. But now they have like no content and no plan, so they have to make a plan, which is what they spent so long doing, like creating the plan, getting things in development and stuff, and then, you know, unfortunately, like when you're on a time crunch because the community is bleeding, that support can get cut short. But the rough gist of where the game is right now was all started back around the launch of the game by Joe Staten and everybody else there. And it's kind of sad. I've heard a couple of people say that it's frustrating to hear that it was Pierre Heinz who was responsible for turning around the game, because everything was set in motion back when Bonnie Ross was still in charge, when Joe Staten was there, long before Pierre took over. And the problem is, it's only now being released to the community. Or I say now, like, as in the last year. There we go. Clean kill. Let's go up here and get his hammer. There we go. Give me that. They should do a more expansive version of Infinite, open world, but with a more vibrant environment like Combat Evolved. have key points of interest like the control room on the map. The problem with that, I guess, is what would Halo benefit from having just a massive open world? Because I think, you know, in playing Halo Infinite and stuff, one of the biggest, like, what makes Halo campaigns a lot of fun is that there is never a dull moment. It's like everything is so carefully paced. You know, the part of the reason Halo music is so iconic and memorable is also down to the timing and the pacing, you know? People complain that, like, A Walk in the Woods doesn't play too much in Halo Infinite's campaign. It's like, it's because it's an open world game. It'll play randomly, sometimes, in some areas. But there is never that moment, you know, where the Forward Unto Dawn comes down and ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Like, you never have moments like that because it's inherently an open world game. So it's just kind of like, do whatever you want. You make the pacing. And a random music system is kind of created around that hopes to keep up with the players. Where Halo's strengths have always been its ability to script and carefully craft really well-paced missions. One idea I have for future campaigns is to make it linear, but have a hub world to explore in between levels. That is a great thing that they could do. I'd love something like that, to be honest, because I think ODST was the best way that they could have done it. And Halo Infinite, you could tell that that kind of is what they were hoping to do. Because Halo Infinite, you know, you have all those missions where you go to a place and then you kind of enter the undergrounds of the ring and it becomes a more linear level. The problem is that, I guess, just conceptually going underground for your linear Halo level just limits what you can do. You know, it's like, oh boy, another Forerunner level. And I would have loved it if there were some more, I've heard the term used, outdooradors. Basically, it's a corridor. Really, it is, you know, for level purposes. You are following a linear pathway, but you're outside, so it's an outdoorador. Mr. Bubbles, what are you doing? That was a bubbly bark. That was my Shih Tzu being silly. He was moving a pillow with his head, and he got himself so excited by moving it that he just let out this cute little bubbly bark. Oh no! Ah, Dad, that's bad stuff. Yeah, ODST did the whole hub world with missions thing really well because it contextualized its missions as detective work. You know, you find like a piece of shrapnel, your character picks it up and they're like, what the hell is this piece of shrapnel? And then he like looks behind him and you see like a broken building and there's like a thing on the broken building and he's piecing together in his head how that piece of shrapnel bounced off that broken building, blah, 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 blah. And the mission that you're playing is his theory that he's crafting in his brain. And it's good stuff. I don't think, though, that you could... It's sustainable as, like, a formula for Halo to follow. Halo's the franchise where you play a series of flashbacks, you know? That can't be what Halo is. So you'd have to come up with a new way to have flashbacks. One of them was, unfortunately, not... It was outside of the scope of Halo 5's budget, which was the Infinity would be your hub world, and you'd launch missions from the Infinity. You know, they couldn't do that. The producers came in, took a look at what the design team was concepting, what the lead campaign folks were suggesting, and they were like, are you kidding? No. Like, no, that's gonna cost so much damn money, and it's gonna require so many resources. No.
Your team scores. Weapon drop.
Keep getting those hitches. Let me lower the... There we go. Arkham City style is the way. I'm not even sure that's the way that I would do it, because Arkham City, Arkham Knight, all of that, it's like Master Chief isn't a guy who solves Riddler puzzles and gets upgrades for his suit, you know? Even the stuff in Halo Infinite, the suit upgrades, they don't really feel like, if the goal is to make a traditional Halo experience, they don't feel very Halo-y. And that's kind of like what Batman is, you know, where he's like lurking in the shadows, getting the drop on guys, finding puzzles, and getting bat suit upgrades and all that stuff. And that's what drives the open world, is finding the upgrades, taking down roaming gangs. Halo is a lot more about you. It's, to quote Halo Reach, none of that lone wolf stuff. Halo is a lot more about you following a group of characters through the campaign story, from set piece to set piece, you know, through emotional highs and lows. Think of it like a really, really fun, super interactive haunted house with a group of buddies. And the group of buddies all work for the haunted house. So they're all providing a fun, memorable performance and experience for you. And sometimes the haunted house becomes a game of bumper cars. But one where you always win. Okay, the metaphor is starting to get a little bit disorganized and lost, but hopefully you got kind of what I meant. Like, I think starting out with looking at stuff like Batman or looking at other open world games is unfortunately how you run into the problem that a lot of modern Halo has, where it does become that lone wolf stuff. You know, the campaign always ends with like the Spartan character crawling on the ground towards a nuke or a laser that he has to punch or something like that, and it's kind of like, where'd the Marines go? Where are the UNSC? Johnson? Like, where is everyone? You know? If you think about some of Halo 2's best cutscenes, a majority of them aren't with Chief. It's with Johnson, Miranda, like all these characters that are following you during gameplay. And if you do kind of like a Batman Arkham type situation, like, you're lone wolf in it. There's no room for them. Why Halo can't solve Riddle? Is he stupid? Did you guys hear the guy who made the man meme? You know, the iconic man meme where you just remove Batman's ears and it's like, it's man. That guy passed away. That's very sad. The Arkham subreddit is currently mourning him. Cooking Mama, but it's Master Chief as the Master Chef. Yeah, that would be pretty good. That could be a winning formula, to be honest, for the Halo franchise if it became a DS-based Cooking Mama clone. And they have Steve Downes saying all the lines. It's like, it's even better than Mama. Halo is bumper cars in a haunted house. Got it. Yeah, sort of, kind of. I think the Arkham City comparison wasn't meant more as the ideal, or more the ideal size and density of an open world Halo game, rather than the gameplay specifics of puzzles, collectibles, and stuff. Well, the problem is the gameplay density of an Arkham game. Like, the reason that the open world is designed that way is because of all the systems surrounding it. Like, they don't arrive at that kind of density independently. You know, they design it around what the core gameplay loop is. You could do something kind of like Arkham, like that level of density for Master Chief, and not have any of the gadgets and puzzles and stuff. But what's the core combat loop?
Victory.
You know, what's the gameplay loop? What's the formula of the game? Is it just a big open world for the sake of it? Or a big cluttered open world game for the sake of having one? I hope the stream stays on. Got errands to run. Kay, go do your errands, buddy. We will hopefully still be here when you're back. One or more members on your fire... Okay, the anti-cheat bug is still here. Easy way to fix it. You pop into a weapon drill, and then you pop it out, and it fixes itself. Will you be doing a video on Black Ops 6? You haven't done a COD video since Modern Warfare 2, if I recall correctly. I don't know if I'm feeling, like, passionate, I guess, about Black Ops 6. I totally could, but I don't know. Black Ops 6, I don't feel so invested in, I guess. Like, Modern Warfare 2, I felt really passionate about, because I really liked Modern Warfare 2019. But then Modern Warfare 3, it was like basically exactly what I thought it was going to be. And Black Ops 6 is exactly what I thought it was going to be. I just don't have like anything interesting to say. Like multiplayer, it's fine. Zombies, it's fine. Campaign, I guess, fine. It's just, I'll feel more excited if there's a Call of Duty game in the future that is not part of the Warzone interconnected. I just like, I want a Call of Duty game that isn't part of Warzone. I'm craving that. I'm thrilled that the phrase punching a laser has stuck around as shorthand for the unfittingly scripted climactic sequences ever since Halo 5. Yeah, any first person, like, it is comical how many first person shooter campaigns I can count that all end with your character on the ground crawling over to like a bomb or a laser that he has to punch. Like, they all end that way. Right trigger, left trigger, right trigger, and then get up and, oh my god, press the X button to punch the laser and stop the bad guy.
Capture and hold.
I forgot where punching the laser came from. Oh, no, I remember. It was my Halo 5 video talking about how much I hated quick time events. And I think I was just like riffing, like I didn't have a script or anything. And I just like described the ending of Halo 5 as like, oh my god, oh, so cinematic. Oh, we gotta go press X, punch the laser. Beat the game, get the credits. This isn't finish the fight, this is finish the quick time event. Yo, what's your opinion on VTubers playing Halo? I don't have opinions about that because I don't watch that. I watch Kit Boga. That's his name, right? Yeah. That's who I spend my free time watching. You want your game to end in gameplay? Warthog runs are for chumps stuck in the early 2000s. This is modern gaming, buddy. You're gonna end in a fucking quick time event. It's a cutscene where you have to press a button every now and then just to make sure you're paying attention. To Halo's credit, Halo Infinite did not end in a press X to punch the laser sequence. It ended in a boss fight.
Your team scored.
So they did learn, and I felt very good being able to thank them during, like, you know, post-launch feedback. Being able to tell them thank you for not having another Halo campaign end with Master Chief on the ground crawling over to a thing that he has to punch, or a bad guy that he has to kick, or something. Thank you that it ended with gameplay.
Nightmare. Double kill.
Don't redeem the cards! God, oh my god. It's so funny. I love when he gets the scammers so mad that they just start shrieking, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" And he keeps talking.
Triple kill. Overkill.
A studio should do a game where it ends with those lame quick time event endings, except the protagonist punches the laser and just hurts their hand really badly. Oh my god. I'm trying to remember what the weakest, in my mind, what the weakest ending to a quick time event is. Maybe, or the weakest ending, the weakest ending to a quick time event. That's like a, almost like an insult, an unintentional insult, but it's sort of true. The weakest ending, I think, to a first-person shooter campaign that is like a press X to punch the laser type sequence, it's gotta be Modern Warfare 2's ending. No, it's not Modern Warfare 2's ending. Or no, not Modern Warfare 2. Modern Warfare 2 is awesome. Like the 2009 one where you pull the knife out of your chest. What I meant was the new Modern Warfare 2. Though I can't remember how that game ended, to be honest. I might be thinking of 2019. Isn't there like a Call of Duty game where, I don't know, something happens and then you somehow end up in a helicopter and you're like choking a guy or something, and then you throw him off that one is pretty weak. But I think the weakest press X to punch the laser or whatever has to be Battlefield 4's campaign. I remember playing through it because I wanted to get the light machine gun that you get for beating the campaign on the hardest difficulty, which, by the way, the game, it was at launch, so the game was bugged. I didn't get that gun. Like, I played the whole campaign on Legendary, beat it, didn't get the gun, so fuck me, I guess. But I remember being kind of like in this weird, like, hazy fog where I was just so bored that my brain was almost like glossing over everything that was happening to me. I was almost on autopilot. And then somehow I was on a boat hanging I was on a boat, but I was hanging upside down really high in the air. And then the game wanted me to, like, choose between two people. And I don't remember how I got there or what was going on. And that was the quick time event ending of that campaign. So that has to be the weakest, I think. God, I love the Ravager. Yeah, the Ravager slaps. Oof. Let me, Andrew's here. Let me scroll back a little bit just to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Saw a Hyperion's post asking what Halo home-based ship is everyone's favorite. Is there really any ship in Halo that could fit that definition? No. Nor does there really need to be. I don't really think that there needs to be. I think Halo, is a little bit more fun when the story is kind of like it's just servicing itself, I guess, like in terms of the locations and environments. Like, there doesn't really need to be a home base for the characters. You can have cool ships, but you don't really need to have, like, this is the one that's in every Halo game. It's the one Master Chief lives on.
Triple kill. Your team scored.
Unpaid parking tickets expunged.
I'm pretty sure COD Ghosts ends with you spamming X to fail to shoot a guy who just beats you to death. COD Ghosts does end in that way, but the reason I didn't include COD Ghosts is because that press X to punch the laser ending is so unbelievably absurd that you're like in a train that's underwater at the bottom of an ocean. Like, it falls and sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
Celebratory noises.
It's just like, and then you shoot the guy through the chest with a big handgun, and then you swim a very long distance and get to the surface, because and then the guy that you just shot survives. Like, it's just so unbelievably stupid that I still remember COD Ghosts ending, because it didn't make a lick of sense. Like, it was so unbelievable, like the audacity of that game to have an ending like that. Maybe Black Ops 1's campaign was really bad. Like, the ending to it. The punch to, or press whatever to punch the laser ending. Doesn't Dragovich just sort of come out of nowhere and then the game goes into slow motion? It's like a super, super weak ending to that game's story. Menendez was also relatively weak, the ending to Black Ops 2's campaign, where it's like crazy, the drones are wild and they're killing everybody, and oh my god, we gotta stop Menendez, and then it's like, there he is, he's in a costume, and then you slide down a thing and then you just get him, and then the game makes you choose between killing him or bringing him in for the good of the country. Figured, in my opinion, a home-based ship is like the Normandy. Yeah, you'd have to have like a franchise where that is kind of like the whole thing. Yeah, and the Mass Effect is the Normandy, I think, works really well, but Halo is not Mass Effect. Yeah, I saw that post and I kind of rolled my eyes, because it was like, hope I don't see more takes like that. You fight Rourke on the land. You fight him with your hands. You fight him in the sea. Quick, what rhymes with sea? You sprinkle him with your pee. No, I'm not gonna say that. Yeah, but that's basically Call of Duty Ghost Camp, which that is so frickin' stupid. Call of Duty Ghost campaign. Like, it drives me crazy that people are trying to, like, gaslight themselves retroactively into thinking that Call of Duty Ghost campaign was super underrated, and that people want to see a conclusion to the Federation of Latin American countries that have all somehow come together, because every Latin American country is exactly the same, and they all think the exact same thing, so they all come together and invade the United States and take it over. But they can't take it over on their own, because they're, come on, who are we kidding? They have to steal the superior American technology to do that. What a bad campaign. What a just, like, somebody should have stopped them before they even got going. That was a very dumb idea for a campaign. We appreciate you, LNG. How are you enjoying the new Twitter app? Do you see it turning into another thread situation? So far, so good, I'm gonna say. Oh, and I should probably clarify, I was joking when making fun of Call of Duty Ghosts. The point was that it was a very stupid and unnuanced take about the state of the world and countries that are not the United States. But I do not... It's a little bit early to tell, but so far so good. The vibes on Blue Sky are actually very positive so far, which is nice. Like, Threads felt like the most artificial, hollow thing on planet Earth. Like, it had that, you could smell Mark Zuckerberg's, like, snail-like ooze that he leaves behind on it, There's something very artificial about it, but Blue Sky feels a little bit more genuine. And what's nice is because the Halo community is still relatively small on Blue Sky, so everybody's polite to each other. It's almost like talking to people in real life, which is kind of lost in the noise over on Twitter and X where everyone's just screaming. Figured in my... Oh, I already read that. Chef and the Arbistor just donated, I think that's... Is that $7 Canadian? We appreciate you, LNG. How are you? Oh, I just answered that. I literally... You guys saw I just answered that. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. To me, COD Ghosts is more overhated than underrated. Okay, I'll agree with that. It's definitely not underrated. It is appropriately rated. It's not a very good Call of Duty game, but it is overhated. It's not like unplayable or anything. It's just, unfortunately, because of the way that they designed the game, it's a little bit boring. Though, to be fair, people thought Modern Warfare 2019 was a boring Call of Duty game, and it's still my favorite Call of Duty game of the last 7 years. Like that, all the maps in Modern Warfare 2019 that people hate, I vibe with quite a lot. The cave map, I love that. The bridge map, really like that map as well. Oh, I love you. What's that kiss for? I love you so much. My wife was just very sweet. Alzheimer's moment. Yeah. Figured I might as well, you know. I'm not gonna make jokes about Alzheimer's.
Triple kill. Hill ready.
Ghost is enjoyable if you switch your mind off, but yeah, like you said, it can be really fucking boring sometimes, especially if the campaign's right. Yeah, the campaign for COD Ghosts, I think, is pretty much unsalvageable. Like, none of the ideas in it are good. Rourke is a bad villain. He's a very bad villain. We moved so silently, we took them out so carefully. Some thought we were ghosts. The only way to kill a ghost is with another ghost. Like, that stuff is so bad and stupid. And then the tagline for the campaign, the only thing we've got is us. It's like, fuck off. like, I hate you. Yeah, it's bad and stupid. And then when the leader of the ghosts is unmasked and it's your character's dad, because your character is silent, so it's just your brother that reacts to this revelation that their dad is not dead and he's the leader of the ghosts. And it's like, Dad, the leader of the ghosts is you? And it's like, wow, dude, turn down the emotion a little bit, you know? It's just that whole campaign felt like it was like everybody working on it over at Infinity Ward. Like somebody was spiking the drinking water with Tylenol PM. There was just like no energy to that campaign from start to finish. But that Extinction mode, that thing slapped. Extinction mode was so damn good. And it is a crime, punishable by up to 14 years in a federal prison, that it is not returned.
Hill ready. Hill control. Reinforcements.
What would 343 Reclaimer Saga actually look like if they had stuck with the dieback that kept Cortana killed off screen after Halo 5? Hard to say, because I don't even know what, you know, they were thinking, I guess, with like Cortana being the villain of the franchise. That was just kind of like a bad idea, I think, to make Cortana the villain of the franchise. Because it also, like, it retroactively puts a sour taste in everyone's mouth when you see, like, you know, Cortana, like, being funny in Halo 2. Like, you look nice, and then, thank you. Like, it's just like, yeah, she's about to kill, like, 50 million people in a couple of years when she tries to take over the galaxy. Like, that stuff, it's a little bit icky. But the Didact coming back, I'm not even sure if there were specific plans about it, to be honest, because things are less planned out than people think when it comes to video game stuff. There's always, like, a loose outline of, we're hoping to be here within a couple of years narratively, but usually what'll happen is game companies are very reactionary. They kind of, like, they sit and they wait to see what the response is to their games. Found an artist who's perfect for commissioning my Spec Ops concepts to Graffiti Soul. Graffiti Soul? I think I know that guy. He's done Halo work, and I love his custom Space Marine chapter. That's badass, dude. Are you gonna see if he can do stuff for you? Oh, wait, you did say that.
Hill ready. Hill control.
Finally, someone who gets the vision. Extinction is really fucking good, and it needs to come back at some point. Yeah, like, Extinction is just really damn good. And it's unfortunately something that's lost to time, but Extinction has a very, very important cultural, cultural to the old Call of Duty community aspect to it, which is when World at War came out and it had Nazi zombies mode. That was shocking because Call of Duty had been so grounded up to that point. Like, there was none of this supernatural shit at all. Like, Call of Duty was, like, kind of relatively historical, you know, it took itself very seriously. So Nazi zombies for Treyarch opened up a bunch of questions about, like, oh my god, like, Call of Duty supernatural side modes are the new thing. What's, you know, the newly announced Modern Warfare 2 set to release in 2009? What is that gonna have? And the rumor online, an unfounded rumor, by the way, but that was the fun of the old internet. The rumor was that, well, World at War had Nazi zombies. Modern Warfare 2 was going to have, because it's Modern Warfare, it's going to have alien terrorist mode. And that was you could not escape that. The leaked footage of Modern Warfare 2 alien terrorists mode. Somebody had even gone to great lengths to mod a UFO into Call of Duty 4, and it looked terrible, and it was like flying around in the sky, and the video was like 140p, and it probably had Let the Bodies Hit the Floor playing. But like, it was like, oh my god, modern, like, alien terrorist mode, I'm so excited. And of course the game wasn't gonna have that. It had Spec Ops. Like, but it was everywhere. And then, you know, Modern Warfare 3 is announced after Black Ops, and this is it, this is the one, it's gonna have alien terrorists. And no, it didn't either. But then Call of Duty Ghosts was announced, and what was fun was there was a leak, and it was the logo for Extinction, which was a crazy looking alien thing with a bunch of eyes, and the Call of Duty community they like lost their collective minds. They're like, it's real! Alien terrorists is finally real! Call of Duty's getting an alien mode! And that's what was so exciting about Extinction, was finally Infinity Ward has a Call of Duty game with aliens in it! Have you noticed any performance issues lately? The gameplay seems to be stuttering a lot here. On the stream? Oh, I'm looking at the camera right now. Yeah. Here, let me go into my settings, see what I can turn down. There is a odd hitching that keeps happening, and I'm not quite sure what's causing it. Let's see. Yep. Turn that down. maybe. Because I'm not sure if it activates when I like aim down the sight. But yeah, that's the story of Extinction. What if Halo did the same thing, but it was Marine firefight? That would suck. Halo, exclusive new mode, kill humans mode. Yeah, Extinction is awesome from Call of Duty Ghosts. That mode is a ton of fun. It's great. It's really good. I really like the alien mode in Call of Duty Ghosts, and it should have been Infinity Ward's thing. It should have stuck around.
Hill incoming. Double kill. Triple kill.
Ridiculous. Proficiency.
Hill ready. Hill control.
Cortana's rampancy in Halo 5 was a surprisingly accurate depiction of rampancy in the Marathon trilogy. I don't even think it was a depiction of rampancy, because unfortunately, if we remember Halo 5, oh, I'm fine now. I've cured myself of my rampancy because I found this well that increased my storage capacity.
Raucous. Commendation.
And here's the thing about Halo 5. I believe it. I know since then they've kind of explained that actually Cortana had the logic plague and rampancy, but in Halo 5, I'm inclined to believe it. I think she didn't have rampancy in Halo 5. As far as it was, like, narratively concerned, that is. Okay, I'm looking at the stream. The performance is not great. I have no idea why what could be hogging the game's resources that much. I guess let's set everything to low. Oh my gosh. Is there like maybe a memory leak with this game? I'll try rebooting it after this match. And we'll see if that patches things up. Because I'm looking at the stream and yeah, there definitely is a problem. And it's not actually reflective of how the game's performing. The game is running at a higher frame rate than what the stream's displaying, so something's, I guess, probably throttling something in my PC. Okay. Here, we're gonna restart the game. See if it's just a memory leak. They should add aliens to Halo. This is best. That's funny. His Lords of Thunder SM chapter has a killer tactical look. What I'm hoping to see realized visually in my reworked Spec Ops commissions. Gotcha, let's see. Let me take a look at this. Lords of Thunder commission. That is not it. Love his custom Space Marine chapter. Here, we should find just straight up Graffiti Soul. That's probably a little bit better. Lords of Thunder. Yep, there he is. Yeah, I've seen him. His stuff is pretty good. Yeah, his stuff is really good. Pretty good artwork, right? Good find, dude. What about zombie aliens? Zombie aliens would be fun. Halo should also get zombies. Well, the problem is Halo already has zombies with the Flood. What made zombies in Call of Duty really cool is Call of Duty did not have zombies before. COD Vanguard is the most forgotten Call of Duty game. Yeah, Vanguard's bad. Vanguard's a bad one. Just, this whole Warzone era of Call of Duty, don't like it. Getting very bored of it. And what I think it is that's kind of like boring is it's the formula, I guess. I'm tired of the really expensive looking CGI cutscenes that are filmed kind of like TV. I'm tired of the focus on extremely varied characters with unique designs that I know for a fact are going to show up in the game's multiplayer mode as operators. Like, granted, Black Ops 6's campaign, I haven't played too much of it. I do like that because Modern Warfare 2, the rebooted Modern Warfare, the Modern Warfare 2 campaign I thought was extremely not great because, like, okay, Modern Warfare 2019 was toothless in its depiction of modern combat. It was very toothless. It pulled its punches. But Modern Warfare 2 2022, that one was even more toothless and spineless feeling. Like, the 2019 reboot, I got the sense that they were pushing up as much as they could before Activision comes in and says chill on a lot of this stuff. 22, though, I did not get that sense. It felt very spineless, and I really did not like that campaign at all. But what I appreciated about Black Ops 6, sorry to get back to the point, what I appreciated about Black Ops 6, I guess, was that it just kind of like didn't try to pretend to be a game about Black Ops or military or anything like that. Like, just kind of straight up, it was very honest about being kind of like a super tactical espionage, James Bond-esque thing. So I respect it because of that. I did see, though, a little bit about the zombies stuff in the campaign, and I'll be honest, I think that's incredibly stupid. It's very dumb when zombies show up in the Call of Duty campaign mission. Because I prefer when there's less, like, overlap between the different modes of Call of Duty. Like, I like when zombies kind of stays contained to the zombies mode. The campaign stays constrained to the campaign mode, and same for multiplayer with Warzone. I really did not like seeing soldiers with armored plates in the Modern Warfare 2 campaign. And I do not like the armor plates in the zombies mode. And vice versa, I don't like seeing zombies mode in the campaign at all.
Your team about to score.
Oh my gosh. That brute was angry. Ah! There we go, we got him. Whew. Come here, you. I'm gonna turn you all into pancakes, see? Alright, we got him.
Grand slam. Grand slam.
The Librarian accidentally did the most Bungie marathon thing by making Chief immortal with the Librarian's gift. I don't think that's what she did. I think, within the context of Halo 4's story, she just made him immune to the Composer. There probably was, once upon a time, a grander vision for what that was that she did to Chief, but I think that plot thread it's been over a decade. That thing's long gone. Don't forget Black Ops 3, where they tried to give Zombies mode a canonical explanation within the Frozen Forest. Oh, where the campaign, there's that one mission where it's like, the dreamscape is breaking down, the memories are getting corrupted, and that means that they're going to put zombies assets in the campaign, and you're going to fight off waves of Nazi zombies. Yeah, that was pretty dumb. I enjoy how the Banished have their own light motif with those low strings. It's something I wish was doubled down on with the different Halo factions. Oh, yeah. Well, Halo used to double down on that quite a lot. The Covenant have, it's the song that always plays in the High Charity cutscenes in Halo 2. And then the Banished, yeah, they have that bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 which interestingly enough uses the Halo theme, the monk chant theme, chord progression. It just rearranges the notes a little bit to make something a little bit more menacing. But that's cool, right? Black Ops 3 and Vanguard having some of the worst campaigns in gaming history. Dude, I'd put Modern Warfare. Honestly, like, Black Ops 3 is not a good campaign, but I would put it above Vanguard, as well as Modern Warfare 3. You know, Modern Warfare 3, the biggest thing that could have saved that campaign is if it had a co-op mode. Because those boring open-world Warzone missions could have been a lot more fun if you had a buddy with you. Late night, when are you hopping on Blue Sky, though? I already am. You should check me out on Blue Ski. My wife is also on Blue Ski. She's generating her Blue Ski. What do they call it? The skyline instead of a timeline, which that's cute. I like that. He's on the Blue Ski. If you could give the Insurrectionists a light motif, what do you think it would sound like? Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know, because Insurrectionists are so vague in the Halo universe. Like, Insurrectionists are more of, like... They're more of... Not a concept, that's not what I want to say. Like, they are not a faction like the Covenant are. Like, there isn't a uniformity to how they're portrayed like the Covenant. It just kind of, like, depends on who's writing for Halo as to how insurrectionists are depicted. Sometimes they're depicted as being guerrilla fighters. Sometimes they're almost terrorist cell-like in the way that they are written. Sometimes they're underground, like, freedom fighters. It's just... So I'm not even sure how you could do a light motif for something that is so inconsistently portrayed. Grand Slam!
Your team scored.
Oh shit, for real? Let me follow that. Yeah. Sudden wife jump scare. Yeah, my wife. My wife. I've been saying that so much that I'm starting to lose my ability to say it correctly. Oh, there's my wife with the link. If any of you all want to hit that with a big fat follow. Which Halo game is your favorite art style? It's probably Combat Evolved. Probably Combat Evolved. I love those lens flares. I love the clean look of it. I love the like very dark, mysterious vibe to the Forerunner structures. Though I also really like the pre-release Halo 2 with the really thick stencil shadows. Like that, but that feels almost like cheating because that game doesn't exist, you know? I guess if that game ever existed, it would have been Halo 2 with the stencil shadow engine. That would have been my all-time favorite look for Halo. Halo 3's got some of like my favorite designs for things. Like I really like the look of the brutes and the Covenant in general in Halo 3. As well as Marines. I think Halo 3 has my favorite design for Marine armor. But I think overall, like probably Combat Evolved or the stencil stuff in Halo 2. A friend pointed out how the BSKY shorthand used in Blue Sky profiling sounds like bitch ski to them. I'm sorry for spoiling it for you as well. Bitch ski. Biscay. I'm not sure if I see bitch ski. I definitely see Biscay though. Of course the wife says blue ski. Thoughts on the Prowler? The Covenant Prowler? That's the brute thing, right? It's cool. It's cool. Sorry if that was like a boring answer. Just some of those like Covenant alternatives to the Warthog, I don't feel too strongly about them, you know. The what's it called? Not the Revenant. Is that what it was called? The Revenant? The thing from Halo 2. I'm forgetting the name of it. Which is embarrassing since I'm a Halo YouTuber. That thing, I'm like, yeah, it's cool. I don't feel as strongly about it as other Halo fans do, but it's cool. And same with the Brute version in Halo 3. It's cool. It's cool that many AI can load up into it. The Spectre, that's what it's called. Thank you.
Set start. Kill incoming.
Infinite Warfare has the best campaign of any Call of Duty, and I'll die on that hill. Not sure if I'd die on that hill, to be honest. And that's not a slight against Infinite Warfare, by the way. More about the variety of different eras that the Call of Duty games take place in. I think my heart will always go to Call of Duty 4 or some of the original World War II campaigns, like Call of Duty 2 and stuff. Call of Duty 2, World at War. Those are some of my favorite. Basically, it's around Modern Warfare 2 when Call of Duty began becoming more of an action franchise, where they're good. Like Modern Warfare 2, the classic one, great campaign, but I miss the pre-Modern Warfare 2 style of COD campaign, where you're not really like an action hero, you know? Like, you're not the main character. You're following the main characters. And they're not main characters in, like, an action movie sense. It's more of, like, almost like a Tom Clancy story sense. Oh, Wait, did you join the studio that makes the Ice Age movies, Taras? DGC Pictures, I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm very tired for some reason. And because of that, whatever joke you're setting up, I can't play into because I just don't know where you're going with this. So you're gonna have to give me the punchline now. What do you mean have I joined the Ice Age studio? Yes. Game is so loud. Oh god, let me turn it down. There you go. What was that brute pistol again that was basically a pistol shotgun? Oh, the Mauler. That thing slapped. That thing was cool. I liked the Mauler quite a lot. Oh, Blue Sky is the studio that made the Ice Age. Okay, thank you. You joined Blue Sky, did you not? Okay. All right, haha, that was very funny. Oh my god, you got me. That was very clever. Sorry I didn't catch on that. Oof. Wow, I got a ton of followers suddenly all at once. You guys are awesome. Yeah, Blue Sky is really neat. Start talking about Halo on there. Get the community growing. Man, there's a lot of, like, dinosaur accounts that suddenly followed me. I've got Tyranno, Audrey the Dino. Maybe there's some crossover between dinosaur fans and my Halo content. Oh my god, there's a new, I can't, like, okay. My wife, she loves to just say that everything is Scarlett Johansson. Like, I'll be like, what's the name of that actor? You know, he was in that movie. And she's like, oh, that's Scarlett Johansson. And finally, there's a Jurassic Park movie being made with Scarlett Johansson that looks really bad. Yeah, but that's one of my wife's favorite jokes. It's just like any actor. Like before I even finish, she just says Scarlett. Oh, that's Scarlett Johansson. I manifested it. Taras is him. Who? The problem with the Alien Warthog, Spectre Prowler, etc., is that the Warthog already has such a solid design that they feel redundant next to it. Yeah, that's kind of why I feel so indifferent to them, is it's just like, oh, the alien version of the Warthog. That's all they are to me. Like, none of them really pass into the status of iconic Halo vehicle because they are just the alien version of the Warthog. We got a skeleton here! Scarlett is now the basic white girl of Hollywood. No, she's not the basic white girl of Hollywood. She's everybody! She is so talented, she can play different ethnicities. You got an Asian person in your movie? Cast Miss Johansson. She's got it. James Bond reboot? Gotta be Scarlett Johansson. Master Chief in Hollywood? Voice by Scarlett Johansson. Cortana, also Scarlett Johansson. Lord Hood? Put some makeup on her? It's Scarlett Johansson. This has been a really great fall for video games. 2024 was kind of mid for gaming on the whole. But the instant September hit, things were so awesome. What kind of things were coming out this year? Or this fall, I should say.
Your team scored.
Here's my take on Alien Warthogs. Who cares? Like, it's different and gives a mission and an identity. Also, it's great for customs. The great for customs is an excellent point for it. Yeah, and it's definitely not a slight against them for being just alien warthogs. Oh my god. Yep. I knew I made a mistake. Don't forget Sergeant Johnson Johansson. Yeah, I'm just... You called for me, Master Chief. It's Scarlett Johansson with a handle... Or not a handlebar, but the big caterpillar mustache that Sergeant Johnson has and a cigar in her mouth. But yeah, the last dinosaur movie my wife and I saw was that, what's it called, 69? Or whatever, the movie with Adam, with the Kylo Ren, where he gets, like, stuck in the past, and then he kind of wanders around with a little girl he can't understand. My wife freaking loved that movie. She was like, it was like a little flick. So the fact that now there is, oh god, I really hope this new Jurassic Park movie is bad. Like, and not bad as in boring. Like, I want something that I have to, like, go into the theaters to see because it can't be believed. 65. Oh, it's called 65, okay. Spartan Petty Officer Johansson 117. Dude, there's a lot of characters named John. There's also, I have learned recently of another trend in games for character names, which is in boring, bad military games, call your character Walker. I don't know why, but it's something I've noticed. Double points if that's the last name and the first name of the character is Benjamin, so Benjamin Walker. But yeah, Walker, that's another. So it's John as well as Walker. Those are two names that show up a concerning amount in first-person games or military stories. Exactly. There might be vehicles of similar classes, Ghost, Gungoose, Scorpion Wraith, etc., but they at least distinguish themselves in terms of roles and mechanics. Oof. You know what I'd frickin' love? I would love for a Halo vehicle that becomes a different vehicle upon destruction. Like, what I'm thinking is, you know those, like, those, I'm reminded of a scene, I think it was in, it has to have been a scene from Aristocats. But I remember a motorcycle with, like, a sidecar. And then at some point, the motorcycle, I don't know, like, crashes or gets disconnected from the sidecar. And the sidecar is still going. And then the action follows the characters in the sidecar. Which is, like... It's maintaining its momentum. So now it's like, now the sidecar is the vehicle. I'm like, could you imagine if, like, the Covenant have, like, their own little, like a Spectre or something like that? And then it blows up, and then there's, like, the gunner seat becomes the vehicle, and so there's, like, this tiny little tricycle-like thing now that it's its own vehicle. And the gunner survives the explosion, and now he's got a little baby vehicle with a gun on it. That would be fun, right? I'm just picturing like a fireball, like the Spectre explodes, it erupts into flame, and then a tiny little vehicle comes out of the flame with the gunner still alive, and the Brute's like, I still live! So like the tumbler with the bat cycle. Yes, exactly. Yeah, Christian Bale, his Batmobile spitting out a little baby Batmobile motorcycle. Good evening, Mr. Late Night Gaming. How's your day been? very sleepy, which is very annoying. I'm tired of waking up feeling sleepy. My wife had to be the strong one today and get up first. Not gonna lie, that's kind of goofy. Oh, it's extremely goofy. That's why I want it. I think Halo isn't goofy enough. Halo takes itself too seriously these days. Sounds like Eggman's Eggmobile controlled machines. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm picturing like Sonic Unleashed when Supersonic fucking trashes his giant robot in the intro cutscene. And then he's like, uh-oh, time to go. And he disconnects from it and goes flying away. God, I'm so excited for the Sonic 3 movie.
Your team scored. Mythic on. Weapon drop.
Cinder shot available.
What are your thoughts on the past few seasons' offerings for armor? I'm pretty happy with them, and I wish that this was kind of the live service route that Halo went with initially. Because at the launch of the game, you could see that, like, the previous leadership under Chris Lee, he was super interested in trying to make Halo appeal to non-Halo fans. And by the way, that's admirable, okay? That's not a bad thing. Your franchise is doomed to die if you only appeal to the fan base and do fan servicey stuff. But it's stuff like the steampunk or the diesel punk armor, where it's just who is this for? Like, who's gonna get off of their current live service forever game and come play Halo because of the steampunk armor? And the lack of armor that they've, like, you know, the lack of care that that armor core got kind of validates me. It seems like that thing doesn't get a lot of love. You know, or the hazmat core and stuff, where that thing was released and it died. It's just kind of like a huge focus on this kind of like Elseworlds, you know, Halo Fractures, alternate universe stories of Halo, but what if World War I? And right now, I think that the Halo Live Service armors are actually really hitting because they're all inspired by Halo stuff. Like, it's cool seeing Halo that is inspired, or Halo Spartan armor that's inspired by elite characters from Halo 2. Like the Shipmaster's armor, but made into Spartan stuff. Same with, like, the Arbiter armor. That looked really cool. And I am excited to see more stuff. You see that little guy over there on my friends list down below? That dude's Steam name is Jim Bob.
Your team scored. Flawless victory.
The World War II core probably would get used more if part of it wasn't vaulted. To be honest, I don't even think that would have saved it. People aren't using that core. Like, the reason part of it is vaulted is because no one's using it. I think they're going to be bringing back some of the armor pieces for it, but that's only after, like, constant asking from the people who do like it. Scarlett Johansson will play Maria in Sonic the Hedgehog Movie 3. Yeah, I heard about that. She'll also be playing Shadow the Hedgehog. Actually, 343 did concept a pretty cool Halo 5 vehicle that would have involved a plug-and-play system with pods. It never went beyond the concept stage, but it would have been cool. That's a cool idea. Can you send me, if you've got, like, you know, like, design documents about it, or, like, concept art, or wherever you saw that? Because that's interesting. I'd like to read about that. The issue with that core for me is that it's way too bulky looking. There's definitely some of that. I can only speak for myself. I like the look of a Spartan. So that's why I don't personally use that core, because it doesn't really look like a Spartan. It looks like a World War I diesel punk soldier. Well, technically, Scarlett Johansson will be playing Keanu Reeves playing Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah, gosh, it's... My wife, whenever she does her Scarlett Johansson joke, she laughs so... Like, it just never gets old to her. She always thinks it's funny. And what makes it funny also for me is that my wife still thinks that it's funny. So the joke doesn't get old because of how genuine her laugh at it is. Even if it's like the 30th time this year that she's cut me off to say, oh, that's Scarlett Johansson. I have to admit that with a CE remake possibly on the horizon, I'm worried about what's going to take place after Infinite. Though I think there will be some time before the next mainline. Sometime before the next mainline thing is good to me. Yeah, I'm curious about what they're going to do next. Yeah. Nobody really knows what's going on. Not gonna lie, I really wanted crossover Mjolnirs. Imagine pieces and helmets inspired by Fallout's power armor or full-on Praetor suit. You know, I did actually ask somebody about that, because the Praetor suit, that's immediately what I'm thinking, you know, is where's the Praetor suit? Same with like Fallout, you know, where's the Fallout power armor? Surely they'd have crossovers like that. Or even like, you know, Marcus Phoenix, like Gears of War stuff. Apparently, this is also something that some of the designers are actually excited about, the shift to the Unreal Engine. Something about the way that the Halo engine specifically works is that you can't bring the Praetor suit over to the game. Like, you can't port it into the game very easily. You almost have to rebuild it from scratch, because the Praetor suit has very different proportions to the Spartans. And it's something like, unless the proportions are exactly 1-to-1, like, it's just not going to work. I forgot how it was described to me, but yeah, basically, unless they made it from the ground up, from scratch, they were not able to get the Praetor suit in. And same goes for the Fallout power armor. Because usually for those crossovers, what'll happen is the studios will just send them over the assets, and then their engines are very adaptable, and they can easily just, you know, like, get the new assets in there. I mean, not easily, but you know what I mean. But something about how finicky slip space is to deal with, you can't do that. Like, you can send over the assets, but it's basically going to be a waste of time, because the studio will have to just make it from the ground up, which costs a lot of money and a lot of time. And that's part of why crossover stuff is just so damn hard to do, at least on slip space. And with the switch over to the Unreal Engine, theoretically, crossover type armors and stuff should be a lot easier for them to do going forward. But a little bit annoying. You know what's a crossover thing that could not be that difficult, okay? It should be theoretically the freaking easiest thing on planet Earth to do. Why the hell aren't there Minecraft blocks in the Forge mode? Where is, like, dirt with grass on it? Dirt, stone, cobblestone. Like, I want, like, a 50-block update to Halo Infinite's Forge mode that adds, like, a series of block sets. That's what floors me. Like, okay, the armors I get. Where is the Minecraft stuff?
Plasma grenades obtained.
Set. Start. Hill incoming.
I mean, wasn't Slipspace more of a derivative engine from the previous ones? Yeah, but, you know, to be fair, that's most internal game engines. The problem is that, for a studio that mostly operates on, like, contractors and stuff, having an internal engine that you're really, an internal engine requires an internal engineering team that's always, like, keeping up to date with it, and as the years go on, your teams get better and better at using the engine. You can't do that if your teams are constantly cycled out every 18 months at the end of their contracts, you know? And that's part of why, like, it seemed kind of like Bungie was able to squeeze more blood from the stone that is the Halo engine than 343, who only seem to have been severely hurt by using this engine. Oh, not a one-to-one crossover where you literally run around in Fallout or Doom armors. I think more like Vernissage style integrations into the Mjolnir platform. Yeah, that I have no clue about. I think that might be something to do with just the licenses would probably want something that is more like one-to-one. But it's hard to say. I could honestly ask about it. Boss, after this match, you can check out the vehicle concepts. Okay. Here, let me see. I think I saw you actually sharing the links. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's some of this stuff. That's cool. Enemy spawner. God, that is... I pitched an idea like this. I think Hidden Xperia stole my idea. I'm joking. I'm joking, okay, just to clarify. He and I talk a lot, or at least we used to. But I had the idea of, since the Prometheans are made out of floaty bits, the Prometheans should get their own dropship, but the idea is the dropship is made up of a squad of Prometheans. So it flies in, and then it begins disassembling into a squad of Prometheans. Like, all the floaty bits come off. Oof, excuse me. And that would also make shooting it a lot of fun, because you're potentially reducing the amount of Prometheans you'll have to deal with when it finally arrives, if you don't destroy it before it even makes it there, you know? Let me scroll back down. My link to Halopedia got overshadowed. Oh, you also linked to the Halopedia? Wow, that Phantom Death animation was bad. Remember Halo 3's? It was bad. And I was able to ask, actually, the lead VFX artist at Halo Studios about it. Or one of the leads. I shouldn't say the lead. And he knows. He knows. It makes him cringe, too, whenever a Phantom explodes in Halo Infinite. The way he described it to me was, the reason Halo Infinite's Phantom explosions look so bad is due to the engine that they're using. He said that it's just like one of those things where, you know, similar to the flight paths for the Phantoms, part of the reason the Phantoms look so goofy in this game, the way they kind of like stiffly float through the air as opposed to the smooth swaying of the older Halo games, is the engineers who were able to make and kind of maintain the Phantom flight coding. They are gone. They don't work at Halo Studios 343 anymore. So because of that, like, Phantom code is kind of like an enigma under the hood. It's like very hard to actually get Phantoms to do what they wanted, which is kind of reflective in how buggy the Phantoms are in this game. And what you see with that awful explosion, it's not something they're proud of. It's the best they could figure out with the time given. It's very, very hacked together, and it's quite literally the only thing they could come up with in the amount of time they had to create a convincing-looking phantom explosion. And going forward, if they're going to be using the Unreal Engine, they really, really, really want to do the Phantom justice next time. In my opinion, the Spirit is more memorable than the Phantoms. You know, you're not alone. The Spirit is a damn cool looking vehicle. I really like the animation in Halo 5. The way it kind of like it almost looks like a hand uncurling, or it almost looks like a bug spreading its legs when it opens up. Yeah, the Halo 5 Spirit is really damn cool looking. But I also really like the Banished Spirit. In fact, I think the Banished Phantom is probably one of the ugliest vehicles in the entire Halo franchise. They did not eat in Halo Wars 2. I don't think that's a very good design for the Phantom. Spirit, on the other hand, the Banished Spirit looks really cool. If you ever do a brute shot evolution, would you include the concussion rifle and plasma caster? Concussion rifle, yes. Plasma caster, no. And the reason is because I think the plasma caster is so different functionally as a weapon. Like the concussion rifles, those are like they're primarily physics based. You know, what they're really good at is kind of, in the hands of an enemy, they push you back and they kind of disrupt your movements and stuff. The plasma caster, what it's good at is it's got the volley of grenades that you can let out, you know. But then if you choose to actually hold it down, it's actually kind of like reflected in the design of it. That way the wings come out and it almost looks like a crossbow. It becomes kind of like a anti-vehicle sniping tool of some kind, where you just, you know, you launch a grenade a long distance, and then it sticks to something and detonates. So it's very, very different weapons. The only thing they share in common, the concussion rifle / brute shot and the plasma caster, is that they are technically explosives. Funny, since Bungie's artists thought differently. Yeah, it's funny that like Bungie's artists were not a fan of the Spirit, which is why they swapped it out with the Phantom. I think the Spirit's a cool looking vehicle. Have we ever had a Halo game where you can blow up a Spirit? I don't think so. I think they're indestructible in Reach. And same in Halo 5. I think, trying to remember, you see them primarily on St. Helios, I think, but I'm not sure if there are any other missions in Halo 5 where the Spirit shows up. Do you think we need Forerunner vehicles? I died. But to answer your question, I don't think that we do if Forerunners are not part of the combat loop. Because you'd have to start justifying why these vehicles are accessible and all over the place for you to use. Like, why, you know, are they only going to be there in a Forerunner cave or something for you to use? Does that mean they're only going to show up for a mission? But if you're entering a Forerunner cave system, surely you're bringing your own vehicle, which would probably be a Covenant or a UNSC vehicle, so wouldn't that be the vehicle? You know, it starts to get a little bit complicated justifying why a faction's weaponry and vehicles are there, but the faction is not, you know? In a Sandbox sense. Obviously, the Forerunners are not around anymore, and their rings are everywhere, but hopefully you get what I mean. Don't be cute. Don't be like, but you said this and this and that. But I'm arguing with somebody imaginary. I think Infinite restored much of the mystery of the Forerunners, showing that in spite of everything from 4 and 5, we still know so little about them. Not sure if I agree there. I mean, we definitely learned something that we didn't know before, which is something survived to the firing of the Halo rings. But the vibes, at least, for the Forerunners, I think were on point in Infinite. Like, kind of that brutalism, architecture, the kind of dark hallways. How would you feel about a brute shot whose grenades behaved like a Quake grenade launcher, firing grenades that bounce a lot and detonate after 5 seconds? That's sort of what they tried to do, to an extent, with the Ultra Ravager, right? I think something like that could be a lot of fun. You'd probably have to involve stealth a little bit more, right? In order to get something like that. Because I'd imagine, like, in the heat of a moment, with combat for Halo, something like that has such a delay could be frustrating to deal with.
Firefight.
Imagine if the Endless aren't immune to the Halo ring, but it's their planet. Like, their planet is the one that shielded them from the rings, and it wasn't, like, something about their biology. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. Imagine if the Endless are some kind of 4-dimensional beings. I personally loved the part where Halo 2 storyboard was released and they're humans, actually. Yeah, it would have been a really cool twist. The end of the Arbiter's story, realizing that, you know, like, the prophets have betrayed us. They're killing their own gods. The Covenant is a lie. And then it's also a fun way to cycle back, not the ending reveal, you know, of, like, the human skeleton in the Forerunner sarcophagus, but the original ending where they did recycle that for Halo 3 with the shipmaster and the Arbiter standing on the bridge of the elite ship, but them looking at Earth, this time not due to the invasion, you know, at the beginning of Halo 2's campaign, but because it's like recontextualizing it. You know, Halo 2 begins with the Covenant invading Earth, and then it ends with the Covenant looking at, you know, the planet they began the campaign invading. And it's like, it's their god's homeworld. Just very poetic, very cyclical. Very Joe Staten-esque. Very dramatic. If only the story lead guy hadn't been traumatized into a sabbatical, maybe they would have come through on that. The way that the story goes, Joe Staten kind of, like, leaving after Halo 2 and kind of going on a sabbatical, from what I gather, it doesn't sound like Joe Staten was just so tired from Halo 2's development. I mean, there was some of that. It does sound like, though, some of it was, and this is something I've also heard, you know, from folks who work at 343, Joe is a really damn good storyteller, but he's not a great project lead. He can be very hard to work with because of his ideas and the way he likes kind of like telling a story and the things he focuses on. And it can unintentionally cause a lot of issues during the development process. And so part of him leaving at the end of Halo 2 and, you know, not really being there for Halo 3, it was also a bit of like a, you know, folks at Bungie, like, politely telling him to take a break and work on some other Halo-related things. Because Halo 3 wasn't doing too hot. The team was burnt out. They didn't want to keep making games. They were tired of Halo. But they had to get Halo 3 out the door in the next couple of years. And it was kind of like they could just get it done a little bit quicker if, like, Joe Staten with his crazy ideas and his specific style of management was not there. Story lead guy took a break and the sinister terminal writer guy took over and never let go. That is not that is not the events. That unfortunate so the video talking about Halo 2's cut ending is really good until it gets to the point where it's basically like the Frank O'Connor conspiracy theory about a rogue writer who basically went crazy and took over Halo. Uh-oh. There's some lag happening. That's not really how writing happens in video games. And it's been corroborated as much by other ex-Bungie folk, such as Paul Russell, who kind of came out of the woodwork because he had to clarify that no, you know, Frank O'Connor wasn't this, like, rogue, out-of-control writer who just, like, was like, I'm gonna retcon everything in Halo. It's more that it's just kind of like how apathetic a lot of the folks at Bungie were towards the Halo story by that point. Some folks thought that they were Forerunners, other folks at Bungie didn't, some folks genuinely didn't care, and for the most part, the people who were writing the terminals and the people who were doing the main story, they were very disconnected. Like, everyone was, they were just focused on getting the game done. And there was even, I think it was Paul Russell. It might have been Vic Delian. It might have been him, actually, where he recalls there being a meeting where they were like, so, should we just do this? Should we... I know we're doing these cutscenes already, but, like, this story idea of the Forerunners being humans, or the Forerunners being their own species. Like, terminals are going in this direction. Should we just do it? And it was like, yep. Yeah, I think Firesight's busted. I think that lag busted Firefight. Oh, the Phantom's up there. Okay, everybody, see if we can kill that Phantom. I think the lag spike busted the Phantom. Here, there's a sniper rifle over here. Oh, nice. We did it. Okay. Good job, folks. Like, keep in mind, during Halo 3's development, Bungie was so exhausted from Halo 2's development that there was a lot of, like, let's get this over with. We're so tired of being in the Halo salt mines, you know? Like, they wanted to make other games. They wanted to move on to new stuff. Because Bungie, they didn't ever want to just be the Halo studio. Like, Bungie had a wide portfolio of games. They had fantasy games, sci-fi games, third-person action games. Halo was a big hit, but their plan was not to make a Halo 2. They wanted to make a new game after Halo released. But you know, being bought out by Microsoft, Microsoft demanded more Halo games. So they, like, against their will became the Halo studio. Now, they're damn good at making Halo games, but they definitely, to them, Halo was not, like, the Halo franchise. It was a Bungie game, you know, so they were going to do whatever Bungie felt like doing. And that is some of the cool factor, you know, of those Bungie games, is that it was more like Bungie's personal sandbox for them to just do wacky things in than it was a franchise of its own. You know, that's why Halo references Marathon so frequently, because it's a Bungie shooter, another one. I find it funny how Halo fans depict the original trilogy as this masterfully planned, intentional narrative of Bungie that 343 tarnished. Oh yeah, no, there was no plan. Yeah, there was no plan regarding the original Halo trilogy. It's just cool. It's just a bunch of nerds making a cool trilogy of video games. It sucks to me that so many influential people weaponize their audiences and communities against 343. Don't get me wrong, criticism is incredibly important, but just being toxic does nothing. Yeah, you can definitely be critical of those 343 games, if you so wish, but it gets to a point where like, you have become crazy because you're acting like they are, like, villains that are, like, operating out of spite, you know? Like, that they're this, like, it's like the emotional energy you're put into hating this game company could be so much better spent in the real world on real social issues. Like, you could change the course of history if you put this much passion into, like, you know, local elections in your district, or maybe getting into, like, I don't know, financing, start your own business. Like, the sheer hatred and passion and energy that some people put into hating 343 is, like, what a waste. What a waste of human energy, you know? Genuinely psychotic stuff, like antisocial weird stuff. Yeah, the like lying and making up stories is just like wild. You know, those like the downfall of Halo, and it's like the thumbnail is like a picture of Bonnie Ross or something. And she has like a be careful I'm slow hat on, where it's like, you, dude, something's wrong with you, dude. Like, there are so many worse game studios like EA, Activision, and Ubisoft. Activision is probably the worst one in my mind. EA, they, as bizarre as this sounds, EA, they haven't been so bad the last couple of years. We've gotten some good ones out of them. The Jedi games, bugs aside. Dead Space. Like, EA's been relatively quiet on the controversy front. I mean, Battlefield is a consistent rake that EA keeps stepping on, which hopefully that turns around now under the new leadership. Ubisoft is more like sad, I guess. Like, it's more just kind of like I don't know, like the predicament that Ubisoft is in comes across as like pathetic. Where it is, it's like, imagine like the Roadrunner cartoon, you know, where like Roadrunner draws like a tunnel and then like hides behind a bush and then the coyote runs into the drawing of the tunnel. It's like, imagine that, but Wile E. Coyote sees Roadrunner draw the tunnel and then very slowly over the course of many years runs into that tunnel and then goes, ow, who put that tunnel there? Like, that's the Ubisoft situation, basically. Oof, oof, oof. Rest in peace, Dead Space, again. Yeah, that's a disappointment about Dead Space, that the franchise is kind of like back to being dead. No pun intended. But it's also like, I don't blame them, because I guess I'll have like a hot take if you guys don't mind. Dead Space 1 was really good. The rest of the franchise was sort of unnecessary. Like, Dead Space 2 has cool moments. But it's not as good as, like, just a Dead Space game. And then Dead Space 3, we know how that game went. It's just kind of like Dead Space 1, what worked so well about it was that it was new and how cool the concept was. After that, there isn't a lot left to do, you know? And that part of that also comes from like the perspective of understanding what is required for a video game franchise to be successful. And like the Brethren Moon stuff is fantastic and deserves to be explored and deserves to have like lore written about it and stuff like that. But the issue is, if you're going to make an ultra mega successful video game franchise, Dead Space just can't be that. And evidently the Dead Space remake was proof of that. It's just, unfortunately, Dead Space 1 is really good, but it's not strong enough to create a sci-fi video game franchise around, you know? You should replay Dead Space 2. It's insanely good, says Pigpan. It is insanely good, but it's an action game with a couple of scary moments here and there, you know? And that's kind of like the problem with it, is like starting off very spooky scary, and now suddenly you're an action franchise because you want to bring people in who don't like horror games, because horror games are spooky scary, you know? You don't want to pay $60 and you can't play your game because you're really scared of all the skeletons and scary Frankensteins. But now, like, your original fan base is like, we miss the horror. And these new fans are like, I'm so lost. I'm in the middle of this story that's going on. And then you set yourself up for failure with the third game. Because now everybody's confused, nobody's happy, and then the game franchise is dead. And that's what happened to Dead Space. So what was Resident Evil? So basically like what Resident Evil was doing for 8 years. Sort of, yeah. Do you guys remember the way that Resident Evil as a franchise kind of crashed and burned with Resident Evil 6? And it's had to like slowly start over and rebuild itself into a horror-focused franchise. And what really worries me about Resident Evil is that it's doing it again. It's starting to look at the action stuff a little bit too long. Like, Resident Evil 7 was so damn good, and then Resident Evil 8, I felt like was an attack on my intelligence. Because it was so action-heavy. Like, remember Resident Evil 8 straight up has a sequence where you have a an assault rifle that's suppressed and you have night vision goggles and it's like an Echo 9er, like we're breaching the building, and you have, you know, and you're like headshotting werewolves, and it's like, what the fuck is this? This is like modern warfare with werewolves. I'm very worried that Resident Evil is on the verge of getting back towards the stupid action stuff. Like Resident Evil 9, I'm not particularly interested in whatever that game's gonna be. Just because I was so let down by Resident Evil 8. Resident Evil Village. I don't know, man. RE8 has the scary giant fetus chase, but it has that moment. That's my problem with it. It's like, I'm not gonna slog through hours of bland, bad-feeling shooting, action shooting, so I can have 30 minutes of incredibly scripted but well-presented horror sequences. You know? It's like... I'm trying to think of like a good analogy. It's just like, I'm not gonna, you know, buy this 7-hour game as a horror fan for 30 minutes of horror in the 7-hour game, you know? I would prefer a 7-hour horror game. And that's kind of even the problem that, you know, Resident Evil 6 had, where it was like, their idea was, we're gonna make a very sliced up feeling campaign that caters to a variety of different Resident Evil fans. Some moments will be scary, some moments will be actiony, some moments will be puzzle solvy. Because we've included all of these different moments in it, everyone will be happy. And it's like, no, what ended up happening is nobody was satisfied, because it was like 30 minutes dedicated to different people. Well, the people, you know, who were big fans were just like, what the fuck is this? Like, I want a whole game that is just this. And that's how I felt with Resident Evil 8. Like, yeah, sure, the like scary baby sequence is scary, but I'm not replaying that campaign just for that little bit. And Dead Space 2 is way too eager to scare you to actually pull off being scary. Well, it's also kind of like, the problem with it is, you know, that, and they described it actually in an interview before the release of the game. They said, we deliberately designed Dead Space 2 to be more of like a roller coaster. So there's moments where you're going really fast and it's really high action and you're having a lot of fun, and then we deliberately put the brakes on and we yank the pacing back into scary tension, and then we can ramp it up and boom, we're full throttle back into the action, and that's why the game will be successful and appeal to everyone. And it's like, but the thing about horror is you can't just yank the brakes on an action sequence and now you are a scary thing that has spent 30 minutes building up tension. Like, that's not how horror works, you know? Like, you can't just yank the controls back and forth between horror action. Like, you have to pick one. And that's kind of how I feel about Dead Space 2, at least. Is that it'll be like, whoa, oh my god, like, the train's exploding. You need to shoot the limbs off the crazy monster. Like, you know, the rock music. I think of that trailer for Dead Space 2. And then it's like, okay, now it's time to be scary. Ooh, the music's gone away now. Like, the rock music shut off. Now we're being really scary. And it's like, my heart is still beating from that action sequence. What are you talking about? Oh, no. I blew myself up. And that's kind of what disappointed me, at least, about Dead Space 2, in revisiting it as an adult, is I was very, I realized I preferred Dead Space 1 because it was from start to finish a horror action game, Like, it combined the two elements. It didn't commit to just being horror or just being action. It sort of met both in the middle and kept that tone consistently. And so it felt more coherent as a game. It felt more like there was a palpable tone and atmosphere I could connect to. Where Dead Space 2, it felt like literally every level was a different video game. And some people like that. But, you know, based on the sales, at least for Dead Space 2, it seemed back in the day that Dead Space 2 did not meet its sales target. And that's part of why they did the crazy, insane pivot into, like, we're now a Gears of War clone for Dead Space 3. And that pretty much was the you know, that was the nail in the coffin for the Dead Space franchise. Until the remake came out. And then the remake got decent reviews, but did not sell, like, hotcakes. And so now Dead Space is, once again, Dead Space. It's just like, man, you know what Dead Space needs? Just let Dead Space 1 be the video game, and then continue Isaac's story in a series of books, of novels. Because then you can slow things way the hell down. You can have more narrative character-focused stuff. And you can explore all the creepy cosmic horror stuff, like the Brethren Moons. Because that is the stuff of Dead Space that's really cool, and it's frustrating that that horror just doesn't sell, you know? Perhaps it would be better if the experiences were divided up into separate, consistent campaigns, rather than chopping and changing across the runtime. Missed. Well, unfortunately, Andrew, that's kind of what Resident Evil 6 did. But I get what you mean. Don't forget heavy price paid used in the background music. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. Gosh, man, that conversation was a while ago. Books expecting gamers to read. Cool ODST armor. Oh, Mixtape said that. Thank you. It's a real shame because I think the Dead Space remake surpasses the original as the strongest game in the whole franchise. That's what I've heard. I didn't get too far into the Dead Space remake, unfortunately. It's the Game Pass curse. Because I have all the access to all these games, I'm less likely to get committed to one than I would be if I actually put down money to own it, you know? But yeah, the Dead Space remake seemed really high quality. Yeah, so there's this interesting story that I'll tell you guys. This is from a buddy of mine who is a guy who would know this stuff. But you can take it as a rumor from me, okay? But if you remember, Call of Duty World War II, that game had a zombies mode. And the zombies mode was terrifying. Well, okay, terrifying by Call of Duty Zombies standards. Like, it was very horror-focused. And that was kind of the whole mode's, like, selling point. Like, the trailer was very scary and stuff. Well, DLC 1 was released, and DLC 1 was even scarier. Like, the next Nazi zombies map for Call of Duty World War II. It was very scary, very spooky, very Saw-like as well. There was, like, some body horror stuff going on. There was fog everywhere. But then, suddenly there was a change. Like, suddenly the next couple of DLCs leading up to the final one, they were more, like, adventure-like. Like, they even got rid of the horror-y soundtrack from it. Like, the round-changing theme, they made it less scary. The maps became lighter in tone, more action, more bombast, almost Indiana Jones-esque. And that was a deliberate choice from behind the scenes by marketing as well as, like, the higher-ups, because their data was showing that people were less likely to play the mode. They weren't as into the zombie mode because they were too scared. And it was too hard to market horror. Like, how are we gonna, like, how are we gonna make a mega hit, super high player base experience designed around being so scared that you don't want to play it? So they ordered that that the developers change the atmosphere, change the tone, get away from the horror stuff, make it more welcoming to people, make it more action-y, more adventure-y. And so the developers were forced to give up their vision of a horror-focused zombie mode and pivot midway through the DLC cycle into action. And as a result, the final couple DLCs for Call of Duty World War II, they feel really weird and kind of out of place.
Plasma grenades obtained.
Cluster up. Double kill. Triple kill.
Sorry, I'm a little out of the loop. What's the subject right now? I think we're talking about horror and how horror doesn't sell, which is annoying.
Your team scored.
True, in my opinion, it wasn't a bad idea, just poorly executed. Resident Evil 6. Resident Evil 6 is like a wild idea. Like, could you... Oh my god, that's the campaign Master Chief armor. That's wild. But, like, could you imagine a game launching today with the amount... Like, a primarily action campaign launching today with the amount of content that Resident Evil 6 has? Oh, my wife and I have Resident Evil 6. And we started playing it, and it was like... We didn't even beat the tutorial, and we were so freaking hyped. Remember? We were like, get down, Mr. President. Oh no, Mr. President is a zombie. That was so awesome. We should play for New Year's Resident Evil 6 on a stream. My wife is being very sweet behind me. I'm putting on my Master Chief. My Master Chief costume. What do you think of my Master Chief costume? Okay, and now... decent. We'll make it work. Would you and your wife try Dead Space 3? We don't own Dead Space 3. At least on PC.
Firefight.
Dude's talking about COD Zombies. I was talking about COD Zombies. Sort of hot take. I've had enough Call of Duty for a lifetime. It's like this franchise can't do anything that will raise my eyebrow again. And it hasn't for many years. Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. But people still like Call of Duty. Never played the RE5 to RE6 era of Resident Evil. Are they like so bad it's good? Resident Evil 6, when you understand the context of that being a game that is like desperate, it's very funny to play. Because Resident Evil is like a horror franchise. And that was a period where the Resident Evil movies were just like, they wouldn't stop making them. And they kept releasing in theaters. And Capcom was going like crazy, and they didn't want Resident Evil to be associated with horror anymore. So every single installment, starting with Resident Evil 4, they were like, more action, more action, more. And with Resident Evil 6, that was the first game where they went in with like the mandate of, this is an action game, not a horror game. Not an action horror game, it is an action game. And feels like the developers trying to make a Call of Duty game within Resident Evil, and it's very funny because of that, where it's just like the desperation, the panic, and the just confusion of developers who have no clue how to make a Call of Duty-like campaign with Leon Kennedy. It's just very funny. Like, the game literally starts with, like, Leon pointing a gun at a zombified president of the United States, and he's like, "Mr. President, stop!" And the president is a zombie, so he keeps walking forward, and he's like, "I said stop, Mr. President!" And he has to... It's like, oh my god, what the fuck is happening? It's very funny. It's like, imagine if people were forced under duress to make a Call of Duty game, and they didn't know how to, and they had to do it in 18 months. Like, that's what makes Resident Evil 6 very funny.
Your team scored. Weapon drop.
Mr. President hungers for communist brains.
Set start. Hill incoming.
Yeah, oh my god, I'm like remembering more now. There's a sequence where I think Leon Kennedy is riding a motorcycle and trying to outrun a helicopter on a bridge full of cars. And then he somehow goes off a ramp and ends up in a building. And then the helicopter, like, crashes into the building, and he has to, like, outrun the crashing helicopter. And then he, like, slides out of the falling bit. Like, something wild like that happened at the beginning of Resident Evil 6.
Reinforcements.
Yeah, Resident Evil 6 is just like such an odd game. And, like, Capcom was betting so big on that. Like, it was, like, their most expensive video game they had ever made. They had different, like, multiple different studios from across the world working on different campaigns. Like, they thought that this was gonna be, like, a hot seller. They were so committed to this, like, we're gonna make the biggest action game that the gaming scene has ever seen. I said seen twice. Needless to say, it was not a successful experiment. The CE kit in this game looks so good. I just can't justify the dough. That's all right. A lot of people can't. And that's kind of the problem right now with free-to-play games that bank on nickel and diming people. Do you think if Halo 4 were to ever get a remake, like if it actually happened somehow, they would remake it with a classic Halo art style like Infinite or a higher fidelity Reclaimer art style? I'd imagine they'd probably do something that is more close to Halo Infinite's aesthetic, just to keep continuity with the rest of the franchise. That's just what I think, though. I don't think Halo 4 is ever going to get a remake. LNG, I meant to ask you, when will you do the next evolution of the energy sword? There's more info on the Prophet's Bane, by the way. I need to get around to doing that. I'm going to be remaking a couple of my evolution videos, updating them with new stuff, new production value, you know. Hey, Late Night, do you have the campaign stances? They'd probably go hard with the Halo 2 kit. They probably would. I think I have a few of them.
Locate the hill. Become its administrator.
Set start. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill.
Hey, late night. Oh wait, I already answered that. Here's to hoping they do something with Halo 5 since it's still not on PC. Yeah, that Halo 5 campaign at least needs to get its ass over onto the PC platform. It should not be doomed to die locked on the Xbox One hardware. Plus, it would also be awesome to kind of like crack open Halo 5's code and see what's going on under the hood. Like, I'd imagine the modding community could do a lot of wonders for Halo 5. They could probably re-enable shadow casting on view models in first person, like re-enable a lot of the dynamic lighting that they turned off for that campaign. You know, probably fix up the enemy AI's animation frame rate. Probably even, like, see if they could restore lost content in the campaign. I read in an article that they can't port Halo 5 due to technical problems. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think it was one of the X343 folk speculated that it hasn't been ported due to technical issues. Yeah, and I'd imagine that that's true. At some point, so here's like what's kind of like weird. They did have a version of Halo 5 running on PC. It even had like a field of view slider and stuff, from what I understand. It was capped at 60 FPS. And that was pre-release. Don't know whatever happened to that, though. And it wasn't cut because of, oh, the poor reception. Like, that's usually not how that works. Like, just for some reason, that PC version that they for sure had, and it was running, they just never released it. And now I think we're at the point where too much time has passed. Like, it not in terms of like it would be inappropriate to like. I mean, technically, too much time has passed. Like, Windows has evolved and changed too much, and modern PC hardware has changed too much. Drivers have changed. Like, hardware is so different now on the PC platform that you would have to put in a lot of extra work to make sure that it's compatible with modern systems. So it's like too much time has passed now to where they probably wouldn't be willing to put in the work to get their Halo 5 PC port in a good place, and then release it officially on something like Steam. Yeah, it's a pity. It's not my favorite campaign, but it ought to be on PC. I have a whole Halo 5 wish list of things that I would like to see come to the game or changed if it got a standalone PC port one day. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I would also change myself. Yeah, lots of stuff I would probably personally mod. And I'm not talking about modding in terms of, like, swapping out character models for, like, you know, Halo Infinite character assets and stuff. More like little tweaks I'd do to, like, AI behavior, maybe certain encounters. I would change up some things. Because I think Halo 5 could be a really solid campaign if there were some tweaks made to how AI work, how the weapon sandbox works, how core gameplay behaves.
Your team scored. Set. On. Weapon drop.
I thought Halo 5 was on PC. I know not Steam, but isn't it on the Microsoft store? Yeah, it is on the Microsoft store. It's the Forge. Halo 5 Forge. Or as I'm blank. This is embarrassing. I'm blanking. Okay, never mind. I'm having a senior moment. I forgot his name. I was gonna make a joke because of his accent. He has a northern English accent. So when he says forge, he says fudge. So it sounds like he's saying fudge. So when we used to play Halo 5 together, he'd say, "You wanna hop on Halo? Play some fudge?" And I'm like, "Play some fudge? What?" I'm making fun of him. But hey! There he is! Fletch! You're here, buddy! Fletch also has a northern accent. How you doing, Fletch? We also played Halo 5's fudge mode. I think I busted your balls about that too. How's it going, man? Been creeping, and you said northern, and my ears sprung. LOL. Yup. This is Fletch from Ultimate Halo. Also employee of Halo Studios. Just working and listening in. Good stuff, good stuff. Do you think that a lower fidelity banished art style could look cool in the Halo 2 or Halo 3 engine? Yes, I absolutely do. And I think as a proof of concept for why it could work, somebody actually ported some Halo Wars 2 assets into the Halo Combat Evolved engine. Damn it, they fit. They fit really, really well. Just because those RTS assets, they're already relatively low fidelity. Like, they look good from overhead, you know, from a distance, but then if you get up close to them, they're actually, you know, pretty low quality because there has to be so many of them on screen. But as a side effect of that, they look pretty good in Combat Evolved. You don't have to do a lot of cleaning up to make them fit that game's aesthetic. Anyone else miss Halo Canon? Yeah. I miss Halo Canon quite a lot. I hope he's doing well, though. I think he tapped out with, he felt kind of like the burnout a lot of folks were feeling when Halo Infinite launched, and it wasn't quite where people wanted it to be. I am friends with him, though, on Facebook. I should reach out. Is it just me, or does Halo Wars 1 look better than Halo Wars 2? Depends. I think depends. Some of it, I think, is just like... It's kind of like a thing. I'm not even sure what you would do to solve the problem. As visual fidelity gets better, you don't have a lot of wiggle room to kind of fuck around with stylization as much. because things, like, if wind doesn't look realistic in a realistic visual style, it sticks out, whereas on the 360, stuff was so low poly and so fuzzy and pixelated that you could kind of fudge the details a lot and imply detail and stylization that wasn't actually there. I know what you're talking about, by the way. Yeah, Halo Wars 1, what I'll say maybe about it is that it looks more visually striking at any given moment. Maybe that's a good way to put it. And I think some of that is just due to kind of like the particle effects and the atmosphere. There's a lot of focus on like atmospherics, like the snowy environments still stick in my mind. Like that was kind of like Halo Wars 1's whole thing. If I could boil down what made its aesthetic specific to it, it would be the dark blue tone, the dark blue color tones, and snow. That's what sticks in my mind, even if a majority of the campaign was not set in snow. Hey, date went great. Got a second lined up this weekend. What's up, late night? I'm back. That is amazing to hear, Jake. That is awesome to hear. The date went well. Brute don't look like Monkey in Halo 2, Wars 2. They do. Yeah, monkey. Unfortunately, that's the thing the wife and I do. Okay, you know what? Yeah, she's right. Not unfortunately. Yeah, amazingly, extremely fortunately. Whenever monkeys pop up, it's this... Why did it start? What happened? What caused it? Yeah, she made it up. It was... Like, we do this sometimes where we just start... We get, like, this... You know, we take a long, cool sip from the stupid juice. And it sticks with us all day. And we invent, like, a new thing. There was something to do with a monkey. And then... Oh, you know what it was? It was the frickin', the monkey looking at the phone. Remember that meme? Yeah, the monkey at the zoo, like, looking at the phone. Yeah, and after that, she just started singing, monkey, 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 monk, monkey, 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 but, like, over and over and over in a loop. And it got in my brain, and then I start singing it, and we have to, like, painfully get ourselves out of just monkey, 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 monk, monkey, because, like, our dog is looking at us, and he doesn't know what's going on, and he's, like, concerned. Yeah. It does feel good. For some reason, that loop, that song loop, it scratches a deep, deep itch in our brain. Monkey, 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 monk. Monkey, 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 monk. See, exactly. Okay, I gotta stop. Because that doesn't make for a good stream. It makes for a very annoying stream. But, yeah, the wife and I, we really like... My wife and I, we really like monkeys. We like them a lot. They're just, like, cute little dudes. They're just little dudes with little hands and little faces. I freaking love when monkeys have, like, little tiny people's clothes on. You know, they got, like, a little pants, little shirt. What are monkeys like as a pet? I'd imagine they'd probably be like annoying as pets, right? Like not annoying as in like they're causing chaos, but it's like my Shih Tzu follows me everywhere. Imagine if he had opposable thumbs. Like nothing would contain him. Like if he wanted something, he'd get it. Because like my Shih Tzu, he already thinks the world revolves around him. And if he had, like, the ability to, like, open doors and open cabinets and climb things, it would be, like, it would just be the end, you know? So, like, if you have, like, a little pet monkey that is, like, very opinionated, I'd imagine that would be, like, the end. It would be, like, the most destructive toddler to ever walk the earth. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah, brutes. Yeah, brutes look like monkeys in Halo Wars 2. Maybe to a fault, because I really like the brutes when they have the long muzzles. Like Halo 2 and Halo 3. I like when they have the really, really, really long snouts. And you can't do it in photorealism, I don't think, because, you know, and that's probably why they changed their faces. It's for emotion reasons. Like, it's a little bit hard for a brute to talk when it literally can't close its mouth because of how large its teeth are. But I prefer that look for the brutes in Halo 2, where they've just got these, like, gigantic teeth that are, like, sticking out in all directions. Like, the Halo 3 brutes, they don't really have resting faces with their lips closed because they can't close them. Like, their teeth are too big. And it's like, yeah, but that's like the cartoonish exaggeration that I prefer from Halo. I think it makes things look a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more standouting than the kind of like neutral but emotive Halo Wars 2 brute design. Imagine if your Shih Tzu could sing the monkey song. Gosh, if my Shih Tzu could talk. Voridus and Pavium look like ball sacks, says Void Sleep. That is very crude, sir, but you're not wrong. I'd imagine part of the reason that the brutes, a lot of them are kind of like shaved in Halo Wars 2, as well as, you know, Halo Infinite. There's not a lot of hair going on outside of their, like, you know, pretty good facial hair. It's probably for rendering purposes. Like, same reason that, the brutes went bald in Halo Reach was like, you know, there's already so much stuff that's taxing what the 360 was capable of. The hair was probably just a tad too much, so they just cut the hair. And that's probably the same for the blur cutscenes. It was probably much, much easier to render if the brutes weren't so hairy, so they just cut the hair. Reach brutes are barely brutes. The Reach brutes, they have some cool stuff about them. Like, it's the leps are the weirdest thing about the Halo Reach brutes, that they have like these lips. You know, it makes them look a little bit unnerving. But what I really like about the Reach brutes is I like that they have Forerunner glyphs just all over their body as like tattoos. And I like to imagine that, like, because the Covenant, they're so crazy, they think everything the Forerunners write down are, like, scripture from the gods. Like, imagine if it's just, like a cake recipe in the Forerunners' hieroglyphic language. And the brute is like, I've adorned myself in the language of the gods. And it's just, like, eggs, flour, temperature 420 degrees Fahrenheit. Ever seen those Unreal Engine bear rhino brutes? I did see that. It was, yeah, the fella had made them. What he was thinking, so I think he went a little bit too far with the brute rhino things. I'm not too fond of that design. But he was trying to think of, like, what would a creature like a brute look like realistically. And he was more inspired by, like, rhinos. It's definitely something. I mean, they're good bits of creature design, and that's probably why Bungie actually snagged him. Like, he was picked up by Bungie, and now he works on Destiny. I think I talked in the past, you know, something about Halo Infinite that I hadn't actually noticed before was, I think the brutes, depending on their ranks in the Halo Infinite campaign, their dialogue and their speech pattern is actually different. So all the brute miners, because like they're miners, you know, in the Banished, they're supposed to be like the young brutes, like the new ones. They're just starting their kind of like military career in the Banished. And so they're more like, I guess, modern in the way that they speak. Like they say, him! It's him, the Spartan! He's throwing a grenade! But as you go up the ranks, like getting to the red brutes and then eventually the chieftains, they sound more like the Covenant brutes from the Bungie games, where they would never say him. They'd refer to the player as it. Like they were very dehumanizing. And they didn't really acknowledge humans as like sentient species, so they just say it. You know, they'd be like, look, it soiled itself, when they're like fucking around with their marine prisoners. And they do that in the Halo Infinite campaign. The one of the chieftains, I was fighting it, and it's like, it took my armor. Defend me, brothers. And I was like, he called me an it. I haven't heard the brutes say that since the Bungie days. And then, sure enough, there was a red brute that was or no, it was another chieftain, you know, and it was like, insignificant whelp. And I was like, the brute just called me a whelp. They do that in Halo 3. And, yeah, I think it's supposed to be that, like, the elder brutes in the Banished, like, the chieftains and stuff, and they also sound older, too. Like, they have, like, very heavy, old-sounding voices, and I think it's supposed to be that they're veterans from the Covenant War that have survived the fighting and joined the Banished. So they kind of retain those, mannerisms in their speech of dehumanizing, humans, no pun intended. Just a fun little detail that I noticed. Oh, cute. So Reach's brutes are Lorgar Aurelian? I'm not sure if I get the reference. It soiled itself in the most masculine voice possible. Yeah, brutes in Halo 3 are pretty funny. There's a lot of really good lines from them. And the brute chieftains specifically, they almost sound like, I mean, it isn't John DiMaggio, unfortunately. But it sounds almost like the voice actor is trying to do a DiMaggio impression. Specifically for the chieftains in Halo Infinite. And that's another fun thing. It's like, huh. I don't know, there's a lot of cool stuff with the brutes in Halo Infinite that I really, really appreciate on playthroughs. Yeah, but a brute, like, laughing and basically saying, look, he shit himself is, like, pretty funny. I think the Didax voice actor voiced one of the brute VIP targets. Did he? Hey, if Fletch is in here, he could probably confirm or not. I don't see people talking about David Cross in Halo 2 enough. He voices a number of Marines. Yeah, David Cross is hilarious as the Marine. Good old Tobias Funke as a Marine. Like, that's a good voice for a Marine. Like, as kind of, like, paradoxical as that sounds, like, the very, like, puny, kind of, like, wimpy voice for a human Marine in a Halo game is, like, very important. You gotta have the one Marine that's, you know, like... And we'll be too, sir, if we don't get the hell out of here! You gotta have that one Marine that just sounds like he does not belong anywhere near combat. A lot of the Marines in Halo Infinite also, I think they hit the mark. They did the same thing that a lot of the Bungie games did in Halo Infinite, where it seems like the Marines are built around archetypes. So it's not like you have just kind of like a you know, voice actors reading generic voice lines. Like the Latina Marine has a very specific personality. Like her Marine is very bloodthirsty, like aggressively bloodthirsty. Like she's always looking for a fight. Then you've got the one that's like very he almost sounds like he's got like a smoker's voice. He's like, I'm following you right behind you. It's like RFK as a Marine. 40k dude who tattooed scripture all over himself. Gotcha. That's cool. That's cool when characters do that in fiction.
Your team scored. Thunderstorm.
I think it was Tivoris. Gotcha.
Weapon drop.
Not now, minion. I'm having a deeply emotional conversation with this plastic desk toy. Will Ferrell to David Cross. Gosh, Arrested Development's funny. Ah. We'll pick up the scrap cannon and use it.
Reinforcements.
You made me realize that every Halo game with a major Marine presence, bar Combat Evolved, has a crazy Latina Marine. Maybe except Reach, but them ain't Marines. Well, I think it was played by Michelle Rodriguez, the actress. But even Combat Evolved, they had I can't remember his name right now. But they had a Latino Marine in Halo 1. And something that was wonderful about that is that even though it was a game from 2001, like, the fact that he was Latino wasn't, you know, the fact it's a game from 2001, that it's an American production, the fact that he was Latino wasn't like a punchline, you know, because unfortunately a lot of media at the time, they used Latino people as like a punchline. I think of like the first Transformers movie, where there was kind of like that weird joke at the Latino person's expense at the beginning of the movie. Where it's like, get it? You can't understand what he's saying because he's speaking another language. Mostly English-speaking audience. There was a lot of that kind of stuff in the early 2000s, so it's really cool that like Halo never stooped that low. Michael Bay moment. Yeah, basically, like a Michael Bay moment.
Weapon drop.
It was Mendoza, yeah, who was in Combat Evolved. Did Mendoza appear in future Halo games, or was he just a Marine in Halo 1? The second Transformers movie certainly did a pair of stereotyping with its... Yeah, that... It's kind of like astonishing that Transformers 2 was able to get away with some of the stuff. Well, it didn't get away with it, arguably. I guess it's just shocking that they, like, did it. Hey, if the Covenant want to wipe this part of my history, that's fine by me. It's a late night, and I have to ask, If too many of my Marines die, even if I'm playing on Legendary, I reset my checkpoint because I feel like I failed them as a leader. Have you ever done this, or am I weird? You are not weird. I feel like every other week on the Halo subreddit, there is somebody who shares that exact experience. Folks freaking love their Marine comrades. Gosh, this gun is fun to use. Or this cannon, I should say. You guys seeing this? It's like a lawnmower. The wheat is being cut from the chaff. Is that how the saying goes? Sorry, I saw that Wolfenstein 2 moment in my recommended, and I gave it a watch. It's pretty funny. There we go. Oh no, they're still coming. Dude, I freaking love this track from Halo Infinite. It's like a happy pirate adventure. That's what the Bracken Escape theme gives me the essence of.
Your team scored. Flawless victory.
Late night gaming, why do we no longer have the Halo music in the menu? I'm tired of hearing the same lame multiplayer menu music. I wouldn't call the multiplayer menu music lame. I think it slaps. The Halo Infinite multiplayer stuff, like the rock. I love it. But I'd imagine the reason that they removed it was because now when you boot up Halo Infinite, you're pretty much immediately in the multiplayer suite. And they want to kind of hype you up, you know, they want you to get into the multiplayer mood. Mendoza bailed on Keyes when the Flood arrived, got infected, and was canonically put down by Chief in the novel. Gotcha. Okay. Only Johnson, Stacker, and Dubbo survived. Okay. Man, that sucks. I like Mendoza. Hey, LNG, after your 1080 Ti dies, what are you going to replace it with? That is a great question, Alexander. I'd love some recommendations. I think, because I'm not quite sure what to go with next time. Separate the wheat from the chaff. Yeah, that's how the saying goes. How you say separate the wheat from the chaff? Yeah, that Wolfenstein 2 is a good game. I think when it came out, people were so kind of like exhausted with the state of American politics that it didn't get quite a good rap. But now that like some time has passed and there was a bit of distance put between, you know, that time period and the election, people began looking back on that game a little bit more fondly. Well, I guess now it's a little bit more relevant, but get a 380 or 380 Ti. I think I suggested those on a PC building subreddit, and some folks said that it has lower I think it was lower VRAM. God, now I sound like the kid asking if I need how many gigabytes of dedicated WAM I need to run Minecraft servers. Yeah, I don't know too much about building PCs, unfortunately. You're butchering my beautiful language.
King of the Hill. Now.
God, I could quote that whole thing now.
Set start. Hill incoming.
Danke. Danke. Was that good? No, that was terrible. Oh, somebody asked if I was excited about the Indiana Jones game. I'll be honest, I'm not excited about it. Like, don't get me wrong, it looks good, but I'm not like, I'm not looking forward to it. I probably won't be playing it, you know, when it releases. I'll probably play it a couple days after. Something about it just isn't sticking with me. Or isn't exciting me. And I don't know what it is. I think some of it is that I just want Wolfenstein 3. You know, I don't... Like, the Indiana Jones game looks good, don't get me wrong, but I really want Wolfenstein 3. And I'm kind of annoyed that I have to wait. If that's even happening, you know? Yeah, 8 gigabytes of VRAM for the 380. Yeah, that's what I read. And isn't the 1080 Ti, it's like 12? And that's what some folks on the PC building subreddit pointed out. They were like, bro, you're basically going to be downgrading if you get the 380. Danke schön. Yeah, that is such a... Like, it's great. What makes that little sequence so freaking funny is it's a joke mixed into something that is actually incredibly, like, powerful as kind of like a looking back on history and incorporating real-world history into the game, which is the first off, it's a grammar Nazi joke, like the grammar Nazi. You know, he's there. That's him. like that's the joke. But then what the historical context of it that makes that scene like actually pretty damn like chilling if you stop and think about it within the context of this fictional like America where they lost World War II. Part of what allowed Hitler to rise to power was that a lot of the people in Germany, they were like, oh, well, it's not going to be me, you know? And even overseas, like a lot of foreign countries, like the Nazi sympathizers, they would like, famously, I think actually, like even in the United States, there were Nazi sympathizers who actually like marched on Washington back when World War II broke out. And the sentiment was like, this Hitler guy seems all right. He's going to get rid of all the bad ones. See, I'm not one of the bad ones. I'm one of the good ones. He's fighting for all of us. And then the problem is, for a lot of those, you know, people, like if their country or their province got, you know, taken over by Nazi forces, they very quickly realized they were not one of, it was everybody, you know? And it's one of the things about history looking back on World War II, what was very kind of like interesting about the way that the Nazi party was able to kind of like sustain that almost like brainwashing level of like support from people was that the key to a good dictatorship is giving you somebody to look down on and oppress. That way you don't realize that you're also being oppressed yourself. Like, you're part of it. You know, you think that you're one of the boys. You're not. The boys are all looking down on you. And that's kind of like what made that sequence in Wolfenstein 2 so, like, damn. Like, they're giving a good history lesson right here. Was the KKK members are out there, like, proudly talking about, like, I'm so happy they're bringing back slavery. And then a Nazi comes and, like, starts belittling them and talking down to them. And just before, they were talking about how happy they were that they have somebody who's standing up for their rights. They're one of them. Just good stuff. Wolfenstein 2 is a good game. As a big fan of like, World War II history, Wolfenstein 2, there was a lot of details in it that were shockingly good. It looks like another movie game. Oh, the Indiana Jones game? Yeah. And I don't know what I don't know what Indiana Jones. I can only imagine that game was greenlit back when what was it called? The latest Indiana Jones movie that flopped at the box office. Indiana Jones and the quest for losing money. What was it called? The sundial of box office bombs. Like that movie. It had to have been in development back when Disney thought that movie was gonna do gangbusters. And now that movie without, like, the game without the movie feels really weird and kind of like, why Indiana Jones? That's just all I can think of. Why Indiana Jones? Dial of Destiny or something. I didn't bother seeing it. I don't think the children are yearning for indie. Yeah, I don't think the children are yearning for indie either. And what's really, like, what makes it doubly weird, like, going back to Wolfenstein for a second. Wolfenstein 2 did not sell very well. And then they hard pivoted from a Wolfenstein 3 towards making the Wolfenstein multiplayer spinoff. That sold even worse. So, like, Machine Games desperately needed, like, they needed something. And that's where this Indiana Jones deal came from. It came from, we need a guaranteed hit now. Like, none of the last 2 games that we've released were hits. And so Indiana Jones, like, movie license game, big profile property, like, that's what they were thinking of. But, like, Indiana Jones? That's what they thought was going to dig them out of the hole? It's just weird. Like, Square Enix, you know, on the other side of the pond, Square Enix, they were making those freaking, what was it? Was it Tomb Raider? I can't remember what they were working on, but the Marvel's Avengers game that they made, the one that was, like, basically a Destiny clone, but with the Avengers, that was also born out of, like, financial desperation. Like, we need something that's going to do gangbusters quickly. Let's do a Marvel game. You know, and the Avengers game flopped for good reason, but, like, that was a lot safer of a bet than frickin' Indiana Jones. I thought we were talking about Halo. We were talking about Halo, but that was like a couple hours ago, to be honest. It was Tomb Raider, yes. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, one of the Tomb Raider games came out and it didn't... Like, people like that Tomb Raider reboot quite a bit, but from what I gather, one of them didn't sell too well, so they kind of, like, in a panic, signed on to do an Avengers game with Marvel, and fortunately for all of us, that game was a flop. You know, don't reward bad behavior. Don't make a crappy Destiny clone. I'm away at college and I haven't played Halo in months. I feel edged. Don't they have xCloud? If you've got an Xbox controller, a subscription to Game Pass Ultimate, you can hook up... you guys have seen that awful, terrible new marketing campaign from Xbox, right? This is an Xbox. This is a cat box. You guys have seen that, right? So if you have an Xbox controller, you can just sync it up to your phone, and then you can play Halo via xCloud. This is an Xbox. Yeah, that campaign's freaking... That is such a bad campaign. You know what I did? I went to the website where they're hosting that quiz. The, is this an Xbox quiz that they're doing as part of the marketing campaign? And just to voice my displeasure, because I know, like, some of the people over there in the market research department up in Seattle, Washington, like, some of them, like, they really live in their own world. Like, it's kind of it's kind of a little bit creepy at points, but I made a point to use my PC to answer all the questions. Is this an Xbox? No. Like, I only answered yes to the Xboxes, because I know that the people at on market research are like, they're looking at people's answers. Like, they can see the data, they see what people are really answering it, and I want them to know that I don't think their marketing campaign is very good. It's not funny. And then I signed in on my phone and did the same quiz there. So I encourage you, if you think that marketing campaign, is this an Xbox? If you think that it is also very cringe and very much not funny, go do that quiz. Let them know that you think their marketing campaign is confusing and bad. I heard shit marketing campaign. What happened? So Xbox has unveiled a new marketing campaign for the new era of Xbox, which we've known that Xbox is going this route for a while, and this is not a problem, okay? Like, it makes total sense. Basically what Xbox is trying to do is become more of like a service. So you can play Xbox on your PC, you can play Xbox on your phone, you can play Xbox on your smart TV, you know, it's anywhere where you have access to the Xbox app, you can either stream the games or download them and play them. And that, you know, that makes sense. Like, they obviously were not going to win the console war, especially not when people are building up digital libraries, and so they're more attached to their console than ever before. The problem is they made a marketing campaign for this new era of Xbox, and it's so bad. It's so bad. It's like the worst of millennial Tumblr era humor. You know, it's like, babe, would you say it's Icon has cheeseburger levels of, like, dated, nobody thinks this is funny anymore? Or is it a little bit beyond? Yeah, it's like, my wife put it well. My wife, keep calm and carry on type humor. It's like, just go like, look up the friggin' marketing thing. It's awful. You'll probably... Yeah, it's bad. They have, like, this series of images, and it's like, this isn't... Yeah, it looks like a millennial Tumblr meme. And it's like, it's like, this is an Xbox, and it's like a smart TV. This is a cat box, and it's like a litter box. This is an Xbox, and it's a phone. This is a bento box. It's so bad. So bad. Like, it makes me irrationally angry because of how unfunny it is. Yeah, and they made the mistake of having a quiz that you can take online as part of their marketing campaign. The "Is this an Xbox" quiz, where it'll be like, is this an Xbox? And you answer yes or no, and it'll show you, like, a smart TV. And if you hit yes, it'll be like, that's correct. Your smart TV is an Xbox, because you can download the Xbox app and use xCloud. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, it's I encourage anybody watching this, go over and do that "Is this an Xbox?" quiz and deliberately answer the questions that they're hoping you answer. Like, you know, they want specific answers from you. Answer it incorrectly. Only say yes to the Xbox consoles. Because I want the people over at Xbox, the crazies in the marketing department who thought this was a great idea, I want them to be very unhappy with the data feedback. Look, no, they're not answering our very funny quiz correctly. Why aren't they? I want their plan to not work. I want it to not work so badly. Watch the latest H2R video. Honestly, with how extensive the changes... Oh, the Halo 2 rebalance. How extensive the changes have become. Ruby's insistence on calling it rebalanced is paradoxical. I think I actually talked to Ruby about it, and one of his big regrets is calling it rebalanced. Because he doesn't feel like, at this point, it is a rebalance. It really is like a remake. Or a director's cut. Yeah, it looks really good. LNG, have you considered professional voice acting? I have. Unfortunately, voice acting is a lot more than just, hello, my mom says I have a unique voice. I'd like to be a voice actor. I'd like to be the main character, please. It's a lot more than that. Voice acting is a lot like playing a musical instrument. Like, you have to have very deliberate control over your breathing, your pitch, your tone, enunciation. It's very hard. It's very, very hard being a voice actor, and it's a skill that requires a lot of training. You can't just talk. And the amount of work that would go into... Yeah, it's like a sport almost. Like, just seeing, like, there's 8 different types of voices you can do. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, you have to, like, train your voice. You have to understand the different types of voices and the different types of moods. Some moods you can cross together, other moods you can't cross together, and it's very complicated becoming a voice actor. And that doesn't even, you know, count, like, the actual difficulties of finding the work. I asked my question 3 times, LMFAO.
Grand slam. Your team scored. Weapon drop.
I watched the this or that Xbox commercial. I really don't care. I miss the Xbox 360. I miss the Xbox 360 too. What I really want to get my hands on one day is an Xbox 360 that has not touched the internet, because I want to download the original Xbox 360 dashboard from 2005 before Microsoft ruined it by adding like the Windows 10 update in like 2000 whatever, where they made it look like a boring, bad Windows operating system. That was the dark times when Don Matrick took over the Xbox division.
Intrusion already initiated.
Can you talk about your thoughts on the Combat Evolved remake? The supposed Combat Evolved remake. That was cool. Did you see that brute? I've never seen that animation. He saw me, and then he, like, beat his chest like a monkey. I've never seen them do that in this game. That's cool. Anyways,
Already in progress. Please hold.
the Combat Evolved remake that's supposedly happening, it would make complete sense if it did happen. Because, you know, if the next Halo game is supposedly going to be on PlayStation, as well as the fact that, like, Halo as a franchise is getting a little bit long in the tooth, Halo Combat Evolved is legally old enough to drink. Same with Halo 2. No, not Halo 2. Halo 2 will be able to... Halo 2 can get its first legal drink next year. it does make sense that if you're going to be launching a Halo game on a new platform, one of the ways that you can kind of onboard a bunch of new fans is remake in the Unreal Engine the first Halo game in the franchise, and do it in a way that is not like Combat Evolved Anniversary, where it's like, you know, all the Fortnite kids are going to be like, ew, this game's stinky and old. Like, you remake it with modern gameplay mechanics and stuff. Like, that is a smart decision. My hope is that they do not... They're going to recast, okay? They are going to recast. Like, it's inevitable. You're not going to be able to get literally everybody from the original game back. I'm pretty sure, like, some of those people were, like, why... Like, I know the Fohammer, it was the wife of one of the Bungie employees. Was it Lorraine McLeese who did Fohammer? Anyway, but, like, in situations like that, you know, a recast is inevitable, but, like, Cortana, Johnson, Keys, Chief, Guilty Spark. Please, for the love of God, like, I don't want to recast. Music, I would really, really, really like them to get, what's his name? The Kiwi in the Halo community, the one who does the music. He, crap, what's his name? I can't remember his name right now. I'm looking him up right now. Neo. Well, at least that's what he goes by online. That gentleman has such a good understanding of what makes Halo music very unique, to the point that, like, he's spent his own money to secure the original audio equipment that O'Donnell and Salvatore used in the early 2000s. And so he's currently, like, making original Halo music with those original sound systems. And because all, like, the drums, the strings and stuff, they're literally what was used back in 2001. It sounds like Halo music. Or like lost Halo music that from Combat Evolved in Halo 2. That guy. Neo, like, it's not going to happen, you know, because unfortunately, like, these big game companies, they're a little bit boring sometimes, to be honest. Like, rather than doing the obvious choice, they do the, like, yeah, that's fine, but it's not as cool choice. I really, really like them to get in touch with Neo and have him do the Halo soundtrack. Because, like, he really, really gets it. He really, really gets it, guys. But I know they won't. I know they won't. If I had a nickel when a Sandbox rebalance became a campaign overhaul, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Yeah. Which, granted, it is nice that, like, some of those campaign overhauls are, like, some of the best Halo content that the fans have produced. But I would love for a lot of Halo modders to, you know, maybe do something that isn't just, like, a campaign rebalance mod or, like, a model swap mod. He scored the crash site mission. Yep, he scored the crash site mission. And you know the end of the Halo 2 E3 demo that was released on the Steam Workshop? The one with, you know how the end splash screen has, like, the, you know, like, like the little bluesy, like, electric guitar? That wasn't actually, like, an original Halo 2 piece of music. That was him. He did that. He did that using the original sound systems that were used for Halo 2's score. And you wouldn't know that because it sounds like Halo 2. That's the point. That's the guy who needs to be doing Halo music. He's a firm believer that part of making a good Halo score is also software continuity. So, like, he wants to use a lot of the original sound systems that were used composing the Bungie scores and stuff. Like, he doesn't want to use, like, freaking GarageBand or something. And it's an opinion that I respect and encourage. And as a result, I think his Halo music sounds incredibly good.
Thunderstorm. On. Weapon drop.
They'll get the guy who made the crap multiplayer music. It wasn't a guy, it was guys. They got a post-rock band to do the music. And it's not crap music, it's freaking awesome music. It's so good. Yeah, they got a post-rock group to do it. And they did not write the music for them. Or the post-rock group did not write the music. It was some other... I forgot, I actually got a chance to talk to him, and it was actually really cool. But the goal of the music for Halo Infinite was the campaign is a little bit more throwbacky, like the campaign musical style. But for the multiplayer lead, Tom French, he wanted... Huh? Yeah, Tom French, he had this idea of, like, what if we make... Like, campaign stuff is throwback Halo music. What if the multiplayer stuff is also throwback, but we do post-rock? And I think that it was pretty damn cool. And one of the goals, like, for the multiplayer tracks is they were like, listen, if we literally did the, like, ba-ba-ba-ba, 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 like, at the end of every single multiplayer match, people would start to get sick of that theme. Because you're playing, like, what, 20 multiplayer matches a day? Like, it would get grating. You know, it's like making the Halo theme your alarm clock. After a while, you start to hate that song because of how often it plays in your life. So their idea was, like, we're going to use this post-rock stuff, and we're going to make a whole bunch of different variations where all the music is orchestrated around the main monk chant, but we're, like, composing original instrumentation that is still strictly using the exact same notes that made up the monk chant. And we're going to make it very atmospheric, very kind of, like, fuzzy and ethereal and otherworldly and stuff. That way it's not a solid melody that is playing over and over and over again and driving you crazy. To be fair, id Software brought on community musician Andrew Holschult to score Doom Eternal's DLC and added his classic remixes into the Doom 1 and 2 remasters. Yeah, they did, but id Software, unfortunately, is not Halo Studios. As much as sometimes I wish that was the case. I really, 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 really hope. I think I just heard my Shih Tzu squeak. I did. Oh, he's having bubble dreams. The dog is entering REM, so he's like, you know, he's like wiggling and squeezing his eye and like doing little bubble sounds. I think Infinite soundtrack is criminally underrated. Yeah, Infinite soundtrack is extremely, extremely good. How close do you think they're going to get to the gameplay of Combat Evolved, if at all? I think they should have a council of... Oh, I don't think they're going to get close at all to the Combat Evolved gameplay loop, but I think that's also kind of like the point. Because Combat Evolved is a Combat Evolved is a very specific kind of game. One that the kids these days are not so into. Like, they prefer the more, like, Call of Duty run and gun, you know, the aiming down the sights, I can pick up any weapon and use it at long range. Like, less about mechanical utility and more about, like, I prefer fully auto weapons. I prefer burst weapons. And that's about the extent of weapon creativity. what I imagine they're probably going to do if this Combat Evolved remake is real, they'll probably have like aiming down the sights, sliding, clambering, all that stuff, as well as a bunch of extra weapons that weren't in the original game, and weapons that were in the original game will probably behave very differently. Like, it probably will feel closer to how Halo Infinite feels than it will Combat Evolved. Which isn't a bad thing, by the way. That's not a bad thing. It's just what I think they're gonna do. Because, you know, they want to... It's not Combat Evolved for the OG fans. It's Combat Evolved for a potential new audience. And so it's going to have all the, like, modern gameplay bells and whistles that a lot of modern games have. And that's okay. That's okay. Combat Evolved isn't going anywhere. The original game. It's still going to exist. And I'm still going to play it from time to time. Because it's a really good game. And if the remake is good, it will probably even get, like, potential new fans to, like, maybe see what the original game was all about. And hopefully, that old gameplay loop will actually get stuck in the brains of some of those new fans, and they'll really like it. As long as people are playing Halo, look, I'm happy, man. I'm happy. The ever-elusive new audience. The thing is, like, the modern, like, I know, like, the modern audience, oh my god, like, Boogeyman, like, the modern audience does exist. Every single entertainment product in history is chasing the modern audience. Modern Warfare 2 from 2009, that went after the modern audience. You know, it pursued what it thought was the modern audience. Even Halo 2 made extensive use of focus group testing to pursue... ding, 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 the modern audience at the time. Like, you'd be dumb not to be chasing the modern audience. If you're, like, a crazy, super expensive video game with a lot riding on its success. It's just, some games are more successful than others. Concord, for example, was not successful. It horribly, horribly misjudged what modern, audiences are playing these days. I'm happy as long as this franchise isn't Concord. Exactly. Did you know people are, like, going to, like, US military bases to go to their stores to see if they still have copies of Concord on the show? Like, Concord is now becoming a collector's item. Like, online, some copies of Concord are going for, like, $150 now. Like, that's just funny to me, that this, like, historic flop of a game is now a collector's item, and you can't even play it because the servers are offline. Yeah, like, people are doing, like, crazy things to get their hands on Concord. I saw, like, in my area alone on Facebook Marketplace, there were a couple of Concords for sale, and they were, like, a little bit expensive. In the post-apocalyptic world, we're all spiraling towards currency. Instead of bottle caps, like the Fallout series, it's going to be copies of Concord that we use to trade for, like, clean drinking water.
Weapon drop.
Plasma grenades obtained.
Set start.
Missed my super crap. Let me go back up and check it. Granted, this was done in the wake of them throwing Mick Gordon under the bus, so that comes off as goodwill save rather than off-the-cuff generosity. Oof, excuse me. That was a terrible sound that my body made. To be then put into the microphone for your ears to hear, and I apologize. Yeah, the Mick Gordon situation's so freaking weird, dude. It sounds like it wasn't id Software, but it was more of like upper management screwery, as well as like a little handful of incredibly poor organization on their part. As well as, to be honest, probably also a healthy helping of like COVID-related problems that were putting a stress on everybody. Because if I remember right, no, not if I remember right, I remember it happening. Modern Warfare 22, when that game came out, like, Sarah Schachner's soundtrack for the 2019 reboot of Modern Warfare was really, really damn good. And I was very excited to hear what the new Modern Warfare soundtrack was going to be like in 2022, and it wasn't that good. It was kind of a letdown, a bit like Doom Eternal's was for me. So it was not a surprise when Sarah Schachner basically disowned the game on Twitter and said that her experience making music for the sequel was terrible, and she would not be working with those developers again. And then Mick Gordon for Doom Eternal, he basically says my experience making the soundtrack was freaking miserable. Like, I'm never going to work with id Software again. I mean, it wasn't exactly like that, but you know. Bottom line is, the music artists were not treated well. And we suffer because of it. Concord is bad for many reasons other than advertising. Concord was just almost everything about it, like top to bottom, was incorrect, wrong. Try again, wrong. You know, the art style, characters, writing, especially the writing, humor, concept, like it was all wrong. I guess it was like amazing how everything about that game was incorrect and wrong. You know, it's like English class, and the one kid comes into English class an hour after it's already started, and he's like, I brought my homework, and it's algebra homework he's got. I can't believe how wide they missed with that game. Like, it's ought to be studied. I really hope that there's kind of like a exploration piece eventually written, like talking to ex-developers and stuff, because I'm so curious about what the hell happened. Like, it's clear, I think we know at this point that Concord was not in development for 8 years. That it was much closer to, like, 3 or 4 years. And that it was, if I remember right, the way it went was, it was a team of Bungie employees formed a studio, and the whole idea of the studio is that they come up with concepts and then sell the concepts to gaming publishers, who then basically take it off their hands and run with it. You know, if the publishers like it, they'll fund it and turn it into a proper video game. And Concord was born from that, if I remember right. What made Doom Eternal's soundtrack inferior to 2016? Some of it is the implementation of it, I think, into the game. It sounded very, It's so Doom 2016, the soundtrack felt like an organic part of the game's soundscape. Like almost in a similar way to like the Bungie Halo games, where it was, you almost don't even notice the music is playing because it is so expertly timed, crafted, and designed around each experience. But in Doom Eternal, I noticed the soundtrack when it would start playing. It felt very like detached from the game in a way that's very hard to explain because that's a very subjective thing. But I remember there's this one level where you meet the betrayer for like a hot second, and you're just kind of like wandering around this level where there's no action actually happening, and it's this like chill, mellow guitar loop, but it's like looping over and over and over and over again, and I noticed it. I was like, that's weird. Like, it sounds like a song that's playing over the gameplay, you know, on repeat, rather than something that is a little bit more organically weaved into the soundscape, designed in a way that makes you not notice it. And from the sounds of it, it sounds like that's actually kind of what happened. Mick Gordon didn't have as much control over how the music was placed into the levels as he did in 2016, much to his frustration. Oof. Mixed tracks were still bangers. Helschwitz, the Ancient Gods tracks really stand out as sauceless, as though I'd ask him to emulate Mick, but not too competently. Yeah, the Ancient Gods, that soundtrack, wasn't that interested in it, to be honest. It was pretty flat for me, at least. And I did re-listen to the new Doom, the Dark Ages trailer, and I'll be honest, the music in that trailer is weak as well. You're such a sweet pea. My wife just offered me iced coffee. She's such a sweetheart. The melody was a Doom 1 reference. I get that part with Doom the Dark Ages. The problem is I lack the vocabulary when it comes to music to explain why it is that like the Ancient Gods and so far what we've heard from Doom the Dark Ages, why it's just not working with me. It sounds too... If I could describe it kind of like a sandwich, Mick Gordon's way of making Doom music was like making the sandwich and then toasting it. So everything melted together and blended together. And it was like hot and steamy in your mouth, and the cheese was gooey, and you didn't know where the meat started and the lettuce ended, and like it was just this big gooey melting pot of flavor, where the Ancient Gods and the new Doom the Dark Ages soundtrack, it feels like a cold lunch sandwich where you take out the bread, you put the lettuce and the tomatoes and the meat, and then you eat it there, where you can taste and pick out each individual ingredient. None of them are blended together. They're all just very, like, bog standard sandwich. That's the best way I can describe it. Like, I just, you know, I hear some of the stuff from Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, and it's like this it sounds like someone's playing, like, heavy metal that's been put through a paper shredder, and then that paper shredder was recorded underwater. Like, it just sounds like incomprehensible. And then Doom Eternal, or the Ancient Gods and Doom the Dark Ages is just like There's the drums. Here comes the electric guitar. There's the bass. You know, it's like you can make out each individual instrument, and it's so like milquetoast in how it's recorded. It's just very bland and sterile sounding. I hope that anybody who understands anything about this, like, you get what I'm trying to say. Yeah, and that's what I got from the Doom the Dark Ages trailer. Just the music was so, like, boring sounding and safe. It was just like... Yeah. Yeah, and predictable. And I don't get it, because that composer, he's apparently very talented. I haven't listened to, you know, music he's done in, like, other games, but people swear by him. And enough people swear by him that I'm willing to, without listening to his, you know, non-Doom music, I'm willing to trust the internet that this guy is really, really damn talented. So what the fuck is going on with his Doom music? Why is it so bland? I love you. Is this entertaining? How are you playing in third person? It is a new mode introduced to Halo Infinite, third person firefight. Also known as 3, says my wife. My wife. It was Andrew Hulshit. Yeah, that is his name. Oh dang, is this the map from Halo Reach where you die? It is. It is now a firefight map. Yeah, Firefight's gotten a lot of updates. It's actually pretty damn good. The guy remade the entire Doom 1993 soundtrack and absolutely killed it. He understands the franchise. Perhaps it's the direction by the higher-ups. That's gotta be what's going on. Because usually if the music's not that good, or if a musician makes a soundtrack in a modern game and it's just kind of boring and milquetoast, you know, or a voice actor gives a poor vocal performance, usually it's the direction that they were given, not the actual music talents that are at fault. And it's up to, like, a good director to be able to get the best performance out of, you know, the person possible. So it's, yeah, somebody over at id Software, they're not using him correctly. And it shows, I think. Like, Doom the Dark Ages looks badass, don't get me wrong. It looks so fucking good, man. But, the soundtrack, I wasn't feeling it. Why is there an infinite ammo in PvE mode? It is a Fiesta firefight. If you go into Fiesta firefight, you have infinite ammo. Is Halo Infinite dead? No, far from it. I mean, it's not, you know, thriving. But Halo Infinite is kind of where a lot of Halo games end up. Post Halo 3. Where they develop a niche community, and that niche community sticks with it. So the game kind of sustains a small but dedicated and healthy population to where you can find matches in most modes. And thankfully 343, or Halo Studios now, is still updating it. Where the heck can I find Fiesta Firefight in this mess of a menu? I'll show you, okay? Stick around. I'll show you after the match is done, okay? LNG, can you talk about where you want to take the Halo franchise if it were up to you? Okay, so I think that the next Halo game, it would behoove Halo Studios, it would behoove them, okay? Behoove them to have a couple of different projects in the works. I think that the campaigns like the Halo campaigns are getting to the point where they're becoming like kind of like so ambitious almost that it's sucking up a lot of studio resources. And the multiplayers are suffering because of that. You know, we saw that with Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, where the games had to launch in very incomplete states because of how many resources the campaign took up. And by extension, the campaign couldn't get all the resources it wanted because, you know, multiplayer was being worked on. I think it would behoove Halo Studios to have a couple of different Halo projects in the works and be okay with courting external development studios to basically take the reins on different aspects of Halo. Kind of like what Call of Duty now does. How Treyarch developed the zombie mode and the multiplayer mode for Black Ops 6. Well, I think it was Raven did the campaign mode. And then I forgot who, I think it was parts of Infinity Ward that did the UI and stuff for Black Ops 6. Like that kind of stuff where you've got different studios working on different aspects of it. But what I would do is, rather than it all being contained into one game, I'd spin off the different aspects of Halo into their own projects. So the next Halo campaign, make it a single-player campaign. 4-player co-op if you'd like. But it's dedicated. Like, the game is going to be the campaign, you know? Multiplayer is spun off into its own project, where it is a Halo multiplayer game. Where it's got PvE stuff, PvP stuff, but no, like, single-player campaign, you know? You play online with your buddies, and that mostly takes a look at, like, what the kids these days are playing. Heavily invest in the Forge tool. You know, if it's going to return in the Unreal Engine Halo titles. Like, heavy focus on user-generated content and stuff. Have massive, like bring Warzone back. You know, bring the Warzone mode from Halo 5 back, make it big, make it huge, large player counts and stuff, while also having your 4v4 arena type stuff, your big team battle stuff. And then, like, for a third thing, what I would honestly do is I'd probably use that as a chance to explore stuff Halo hasn't really done. You know, create a Skunkworks team where their job is to just kind of, like, make weird little game pitches of, like somebody said earlier, Cooking Mama, Master Chief game. Like, do that. I mean, don't do that. Like, Halo's not going to do that. It wouldn't sell to fans of Halo, but hopefully in the joke you can see the truth that I am speaking. My truth. It's a shame, too, since his Dusk and... Oh, man, I missed a couple of stuff here. Let me...
Since things started going south.
His weakest work since Rise of the Triad, 2013. Yeah, it's a shame since his Dusk and Quake Champions OST and Doom remixes are good toasties, as you say, and demonstrate he's far from incompetent. Missed. Yeah, Dusk had a good soundtrack. Like, I remember Dusk. It felt, like claustrophobic. Yeah, so it's gotta be the direction he's being given. Why, like, Doom Eternal and Doom the Dark Ages, why it seems like they're just kind of, like, so bland, safe, and predictable. I mean, remember some of the stuff that Mick Gordon talked about when he was working on Doom 2016? How he had to, like, trick... They originally wanted orchestral music because they thought an electric guitar would be too corny, and he had to, like, sneak an electric guitar into the soundtrack by butchering it in such a way that, like, they couldn't tell what the instrument was, and then he, like, drops it on them that he's like, yeah, that's an electric guitar, and they're like, okay, we trust you, do what you want, you know what you're... But, like, that kind of fighting, you know? I wonder if unfortunately, Andrew does not have the same clout that Mick Gordon did. So he's unable to push back on, like, weird demands in the same way. You ever thought about how big the chieftains are in this game? Look how tall they are. Ah! He got me.
Your team scored. Victory.
Victory! Ah. I'm stretching. Can Halo become the next Roblox with heavy investment in Forge mode? I'll be honest, there's potential there. Like, it will never be as big as Roblox, because the thing about Roblox is Roblox's identity is the fact that you can make anything in it. Whereas Halo is Halo with a Forge editor, you know? Like, Halo has an identity, and it's not that it's user-generated content. So because of that, it can never become the next Roblox. But it can kind of have a slice of that pie. A modest slice of that pie. If we're to invest insanely hard in the Forge editor. When do you think we'll realistically see the next Halo game? Years. Years. Video games take an extremely long time to make. We'll probably see, like, trailers and stuff, but I don't think that we're going to be seeing, like, the next Halo game next year. Probably not even 2026. And, you know, maybe not even 2027. Like, we'll probably see releases, but not, like, the next mainline Halo game. And those releases will probably be quite modest. If you guys are wondering why I'm just doing Firefight over and over again, it's because Firefight so far dishes out the most amount of XP. And this is part of the grind to get the Master Chief Armor Core kit. Rumor is the no electric guitar guy, supposedly Marty Stratton, got slighted by Mixed Defiance and retaliated at every step of Doom Eternal's development. Yeah, that's the way the story went. And I'd imagine now that Mick is gone, that's probably also contributing to why the music is so fucking boring. So unfortunately, Andrew does not have the freedom. Because the Doom, the Ancient God soundtrack, it sounds like the kind of bland milquetoast garbage that Mick described, you know? I feel bad for Andrew. The amount of time passing will just cause fans to lose interest in Halo even more, in my opinion. Well, so you say that. It's not always the case. Because fortunately, Halo has something very powerful that not a lot of brands have. Master Chief, my wife is nearby. Master Chief has sex appeal. When people see that fucking helmet, they lose their minds. It doesn't matter the state of the franchise. Remember in 2022, when Halo Infinite was like half finished and buggy and nobody was playing it and everyone was mad? A guy in a Master Chief costume got up on a stage and like crashed a Megan Thee Stallion concert. And it was all over the internet. And people were like, fuck yeah, Master Chief. Like, it doesn't matter the state Halo is in. If you release a trailer for something and Master Chief's helmet is in it, if the green guy is in it, like, people are back on board. People fucking love Master Chief so much, dude. Like, Halo will be fine when they are ready to announce the next project. People really like Master Chief, and they are excited to be excited about more Master Chief.
Your team scored. Thunderstorm. On. Weapon drop.
2018 E3 trailer with the piano note. Yeah, as an example, at E3 2018, if you remember the announcement for Halo Infinite, the whole trailer was like, it was like a desert, forest, a cave, beach, grass, and then Master Chief's helmet, and they did the bling of the piano note, and the audience fucking lost their mind. Like, people were crying and cheering. It was his helmet and a single piano note. Like, Halo's fine, man. That's all, like, Halo Studios needs to do. When they're ready for the next Halo game in a couple of years, and you know it's been a while, Halo Infinite's a little bit boring, like, everything's quiet, all they gotta do is release, like, a 5-second ad that just has a new helmet design for the Master Chief. Hit that piano key, everyone will be back on board. The hype train will be in full swing. People love Master Chief, dude. And it's a thing that not a lot of video game franchises can boast. I'm not sure what it is about Master Chief, but his hype never dies. Master Chief is power. Speaking of that, I got an update for you regarding things I sent you. Ah, okay. I appreciate it. Yes, and Master Chief is power.
Your team about to score.
Oof, excuse me. Add Chief to Smash Bros. And watch everyone go insane. Exactly, Andrew. Exactly. He's John Video Games. He is. Like, Master Chief kind of is John Video Games. Like, that's, like, why people like him. It's just like, yo, it's the fucking Master Chief. And it's like a guy who hasn't played Halo since he was, like, 7, you know? People just like that silly guy with his silly helmet. Like, even Sonic, I don't think has, like, the same level of... I mean, with the kids, he definitely does, but I don't think Sonic has, like, the same level of just, like, I don't know, man, yo, I just really like Chief. Like, that orange or yellow visor, it can make a dad drop his infant son because he's like, yo, is that Master Chief? I haven't played that game since I was in college. And, like, that level of generational hype kind of bleeds down to the younger generation. And it's probably annoying for Microsoft to deal with as well. Because if I remember right, Microsoft, they did not actually want to make a Halo 4, and it was Bonnie Ross who had to, like, convince Microsoft that there was still value in the Halo IP, and that they shouldn't just, like, drop Halo like a rock. Like, Microsoft is probably, like, very fucking annoyed that, like, they can't get away from the goddamn Green Man. If you guys are wondering what the tactic is, even though I'm not getting any kills, I'm distributing damage to as many grunts as humanly possible. That way I am at least getting the assist points.
Your team scored. Flawless victory.
Being a Halo fan who sees a lot of wasted potential in Halo's narrative from 2 onwards is a struggle, particularly in exploring the alien perspective. Yeah, that's why it's okay to kind of detach emotionally from Halo a little bit and just kind of have fun with it. Okay. Monty, I'm reading right now. That's extremely exciting, dude. One or more members on your fire team. Damn it. Okay. Wait, would you rather... Wait, hang on. This is a very aggressive question. Would you rather let an old bloke put a poopy diaper on you or put it on yourself? Which one? Is it my poopy? I guess that's what I... Like, before I make a choice, is it like is it my poopy diaper? Or is it like somebody else's poopy diaper? Master Cheeks. He was sad. He lost Blue Lady. Oh, Master Chief? Yeah, Master Chief was sad for a little while. I think it's important that Master Chief doesn't get too sad. Like, Master Chief is almost like, you gotta treat him as kind of like a, he really does need to be like Andrew, I think, said it best. He needs to be treated kind of like Mad Max in Mad Max Fury Road, where Mad Max is just kind of like there, you know? Like, he didn't really know what was going on, but goddamn did he adapt quickly. Like, it was a movie more about the people around him. And that's the kind of character that Master Chief really should be. He should just be there along for the ride. It's really the story about the people around Chief. Like, wherever Master Chief goes, the player is going. They should be treated as one, I think. And I think it would also, it would help the franchise a little bit because, you know, less pressure on Steve Downes if Chief, you know, doesn't talk quite as often. Halo 5 multiplayer is better than Halo 3 multiplayer, says Tristan. I believe that you believe that, Tristan. I agree. That's why I liked Forward Unto Dawn. Yeah, Forward Unto Dawn was pretty good. Though Chief was also, like, super duper chatty in Forward Unto Dawn. But it was also, like, a different medium, you know? He wasn't exactly, like, a vehicle for the player. He had to be his own character because of, you know, the narrative context. And the medium. LNG, is there a lore reason why Master Chief has a dump truck of an ass? It's because he took out his his emotional inhibitor chip. That's the lore reason why. What would be the best move for Halo right now? Honestly, the best move for Halo, stay quiet about the future a little bit. Work on their projects behind the scenes. Reveal them when they're ready. And keep doing what they're doing with Halo Infinite. You know, keep updating it, keep doing these operation things. You know, maybe explore new modes and stuff, new methods of play to keep people entertained, but basically that, you know, maybe update Master Chief Collection a little bit, you know, patch it, bring that E3 demo to the Xbox. Just keep these, don't forget about these older Halo games. And hopefully when it's time for Halo to reveal some stuff in the future, it'll be really cool. I miss Steve Downs' death screams. Now it's just settled death noises, so he won't strain his voice from being aged. No, I don't think it's that. Steve Downs is, like, he can yell, you know? I think it's more of a stylistic choice for some reason. Like, I think it's unfortunately, you know, talking about Halo taking itself too seriously. I honestly think it's they don't want Halo to be too silly. You know, like, all right, Steve, we're gonna record some death sounds, and he's like, ah! You know, and they're like, no, that's too funny. That's too funny. Like, people will think that's funny if they hear that in a modern Halo game. I think the reason that you don't hear the silly Steve Downs screams is because, you know, there's some people who don't like fun. The same kind of people who think that grunts are annoying when they talk English. I'm wholly biased on this, but if I had free reign to rewrite the Halo saga, I'd make Arbiter a protagonist on equal billing with the Master Chief. Oh, dude, absolutely. Dude, there is so much there with the Arbiter. And it's frustrating as hell that Arbiter kind of missed his opportunity to shine, because there was that window where if they had doubled down on it, they would not have just had the Green Man, they would have had the Silver Lizard. You know, Chief and Arbiter. And they flinched. They flinched. And now the opportunity is gone. It's just Green Man. So the Firefight Fiesta mode, which isn't really against grunts, is only available in third-person mode, which is really sad. Is that? That's not right. Okay, after this match is over, somebody remind me to check out the playlist options for Firefight. That way I don't forget, because I forgot already. Ooh, excuse me. Arbiter should have been playable in Halo 3 for some chapters. I'm not sure if I agree there. Well, okay. No, like if you're talking about it like in a Halo 2 situation, I can definitely see that. Yeah, if they kept the Halo 2 formula of like swapping back and forth between different characters. Yeah, okay, I see that a little bit. But Halo 3 was more of a now they're together. Like, Halo 1 was Chief's story. Halo 2 was Arbiter's story, and now with Halo 3, it's Arbiter and Chief's story. If you spin fast enough, what's really funny is you can disconnect. It's a bug that goes all the way back to Halo 2, and it's amazing that it's still here in Halo Infinite. It makes me very happy. Where you can, if you spin fast enough, you can actually like disconnect the upper body from the legs. And Master Chief's torso rotates 180 degrees. Arbiter should have had his own game, so maybe Spartan Locke is his side character in some missions. I think Spartan Locke, his role narratively is to be hanging out in a dumpster. No, that was mean. I'm sorry. That was very mean. Not very helpful and very dismissive. I don't think we'd need to be talking about Locke. I guess like Halo's fine without him. Locke could have been a very fun character, just the problem was they took Locke way too damn seriously. Like, so, like, I'm gonna pitch Locke to you guys right now, okay? Tell me if this sounds really fun. And I'm gonna just tell you who Locke is. Based off of the lore that we know. And based on my description, does it sound like a fun idea for a character? And I'll make a point after that. So, you got a guy who worked for Oni, like Men in Black type stuff, you know, making people disappear in the middle of the night. Like, well, Master Chief is out on the front lines. This is the kind of guy who operates behind the scenes, doing stuff that is legally questionable. And if it were to ever be out in public, he would probably be thrown under the bus and called a war criminal for it. Because, you know, like that's how black op a lot of the stuff he does is. That's a fun idea for a character, right? Like, you can totally picture it like a spy-like character. Well, that's just what, like, Locke is, according to the lore. And then you go play Halo 5 and you get none of that. None of it. There's such a fun character there. But the problem is they took Halo too seriously. They didn't want to have fun with the idea of, like, this kind of Men in Black Spartan character. So they just, like, let's get the most boring person on planet Earth that we can find. Oh, look, there's Mike Coulter. Let's make the most boring-looking Spartan armor we can think of. Oh, look, it's like AI-generated image of Samus from Metroid. Like they could have totally done something awesome where, like, you know, Agent Locke. Like, call him Agent Locke. Don't call him, like, Jameson Locke or Spartan Locke. Keep the agent name. And instead of, like, that stupid armor that he had in Halo 5 that just looks like, you know, a Chinese mobile knockoff of Halo, give him Master Chief's armor, but it's completely black. And it's, you know, where the 117 is, it's the Oni logo. I mean, okay, maybe not the exact same armor, but armor that is similar enough to where you can see what they're doing. They're making a parallel. Where Chief is green, he's lean and green, and Locke is low-key, black, off the grid, you know? And it's just they went out of their way to do the most boring thing with him. And it's very frustrating because there's a lot of fun there to be had with that character. LNG, didn't you like Mike Coulter in the Marvel TV show he was in? I didn't. I didn't. I thought the Luke Cage show, I thought Mike Coulter was really bad in it. Like, Mike Coulter saying, "Sweet Christmas." And it's like, good job, bro. You want to maybe try that again, but sound like you mean it? He just, Mike Coulter, his maybe it's his style of acting, but he always comes across like he's slightly embarrassed about the fact that he's on set, you know? Like, I'm thinking maybe instead of, like, Master Chief's armor but black, it is a similar type of armor to Master Chief, like, to the point where their silhouettes are somewhat familiar, but, like, maybe parts of the plating is gone, and you can see, like, his own personal modifications to give him, like, a little, like, spy camera-like thing on the side of the helmet, you know, make his visor, his visor, they can keep the visor glowing, maybe have it glow green, like almost like night vision goggles, almost like a Sam. Oh, maybe he has like a flip thing, you know. Here, let's see. I think the customization actually has it. What I'm thinking of. Come on. Hurry! That made my wife giggle, because I do that sometimes. Hurry! Crap, where is it? No, it's the, you know what? How do you guys, let's make Agent Locke. Alright, we're gonna make Agent Locke's armor right now, okay? Okay, we're gonna make Agent Locke's armor within the limitations of the armor sets that I have unlocked in the coatings. Okay. Walkie-talkie. That's a little bit tactical. I don't think we need a walkie-talkie, because that's tactical. Agent Locke isn't tactical. He's a spy. Yeah, see, that's tactical. Like, it's not the kind of person Agent Locke is. He's very by the books. He's got that experimental equipment, you see? Let's see. Could do something like that. Nah, let's go with this. Just for now. That's a placeholder, okay? Let's go to my favorites. We're not going to use that helmet here. Let's use Master Chief's right now just as like a... Nope. Okay. Where is the... Oh, I had it equipped. Doi. Okay. This is what I was thinking of for Agent Locke, because here, let's bring up oops. Here. Agent Locke. I will always remember the doofus over at IGN when Agent Locke was announced to be a character in Halo 5, and she called him Agent Lockie because of the E in his name. See how he's got, like, the blue visor there? What I'm thinking is, like... You guys know where I'm going with this. If he's a spy, let's make him, like, a spy, you know? So, what I'm thinking is his helmet has a thing like this. Where it's like, when Agent Locke is about to go, you know, when he's about to Agent Locke all over the Covenant, that thing flips down. And then it's like, pa-ching! You know, like night vision goggles turning on, and it starts glowing like that. So that's what I'm thinking of. So his visor isn't the thing that's glowing. It's this, like, piece of tactical equipment that comes down and activates when he's gonna, like, do something, like, crazy and, you know, tactical. No, I gotta think of a good helmet for him. Because he wouldn't have... Like, this is boring, okay? Buck is the ODST, not Locke. My wife really likes the Cavallino helmet. So maybe we can use this as a placeholder for now. I'm worried the Cavallino helmet isn't enough of like a hero presence yet. The bandana, I don't think it's very spy-like. I think it's a little bit too it's a little bit too tactical. Same with like these, you know, like all of these like things of ammo and stuff. That's just ODST. That's who Buck is, not Agent Locke. Maybe something like this. Right? Or is that still tactical? They don't really have anything streamlined because, you know, that wasn't really Reach's thing. Reach wasn't a very, like, streamlined jet-like Halo game. You know what? I know. I can't believe I didn't start here. The Mirage armor. This is very spy-like. Am I right or am I right? Okay, so we'll quickly redo what we did up to this point. Okay. Helmet. Cavallino. If any of you guys can think of any, like, helmets that kind of look like the Halo 5 helmet. You know, have that same, like, essence. Cavallino looks too sharp. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thank you for putting it into words. Yeah, because Locke is... He's not sharp. He's not blunt. You know, he strikes. Like a jet. Which, that was also part of the inspiration behind his armor here. Was they were thinking of, like... they were kind of thinking of, like... if Master Chief is like a tank, Agent Locke should be like a jet. And that's why his armor is a lot smoother, you see? And it's also got these cool, like, these pipe things here that I think sometimes glow blue, depending on the context. So if we can think of, like, a helmet that is kind of like that, I guess. But obviously, you know, we need a bit more visor in there. No, that's the one that they kind of gave to Fred, right? Dude's name is Fred. Okay, it's got to be an armor that nobody else is using. That's just silly looking, man. Can't use that. What if we gave him this goofy helmet? Nah, that one's also a little bit too... The Dark Star? The Deadeye helmet. What do you think they wanted to do with Locke? Like, really, what would his long-term arc have been? I'm not sure if, like, arc was planned at all. Where is the, If you're recommending a helmet, tell me what tier it is. Say, like, the poop butt helmet. It's green tier, you know, or what? Because it'll help me find it if you just tell me what color it's associated with. Because there's like 500 helmets in this game, and it's hard to keep track of all of them. Gosh, that helmet is almost perfect. Wonder. No, it doesn't. Okay. Recon? Recon's a good idea. Recon is a damn good idea. Recon's a really damn... No, we can't do Recon. You know why? Somebody already has it. Oof, excuse me. That's a Veronica Dare's helmet. Sorry, guys. Recon's taken. Damn, that sucks, because that was a really good suggestion. It's purple tier. Dark Star is a new stealth jet. Okay, what? Deadeye, legendary. You passed it, go on the left. Okay, let me... Where is it? Am I blind? Where is it? This is so frustrating. Probably for somebody who is watching and they're like, it's there, it's right there, you know? And I'm like, I can't find it! Yeah, am I crazy or is Deadeye just not here? Oh, what about Trailblazer? Probably too similar? Deadeye is purple tier. Oh, purple tier. Okay, thank you. I see what you're going for, but unfortunately, I think Trailblazer is too similar to, It's too similar to Recon, and also, this is my personal preference. Okay, looks great from this angle. Watch what happens when I turn it. Look how goofy the back of the head looks, dude. Look how straight this dude's head is. Like, what I'm thinking we need something that has, like, this vibe to it. Almost like a motorcycle helmet-like vibe, you know? Turn here, see the way it's at an angle. You don't want Locke to look like a thumb, you know? You don't want it to look like somebody put like a bowl over his head. You need a bit of an angle, like an aggressive angle going up like that, you know? See? The angle. So the yeah, see? Angle. So the thumb look, I think, doesn't suit him too much. Soldier helmet would be good. But isn't Soldier taken by somebody? Rampart. No, that is silly. We're not giving Agent Locke googly eyes. This one's interesting, but it's... I don't know. It doesn't have that, like, hero power, you know? The Anubis or whatever helmet looks kind of jet-like, right? I don't think I have Anubis. Aviator is, like... It's too soft looking. This is just goofy. Look, it's another thumb. It's another thumb. Are there any canon characters? Not like Halo. Don't worry about Halo Legends. Okay, Halo Legends doesn't count. What the hell? This helmet looks wild from the side. And that just looks too tall. Although. Wait, Mark, which helmet is that? The Armet attachment. The new Marine helmet in the shop. Unfortunately, I don't have that. Dude, you skipped right over Deadeye. Here, let me look. Oh. What do you guys think? Oh! Okay. Something about Deadeye isn't selling me. I think, you know what I think it is? Because of these things right here and the way like the whole face is kind of sinking into this point, it almost looks like it's like a rubbery thing that's being squeezed, and those are the stretch marks. Something about it kind of looks like, okay, this is gonna sound wild. This helmet looks like it just sucked on a lemon. That's what this kind of looks like to me, and for some reason it's just not. You know, if it's like, you know, like, think of it, okay, like, his back is turned, because you're not supposed to see him right now. Okay, there's like a door. Door opens. Master Chief, I'm bringing you it. Like, that helmet there, like, I don't think that that gives, like, hero, you know? And this guy just looks like he got hit over the head with a cartoon mallet. He's like, duh. And he's like stumbling around, and he's got like the cartoon swirlies over his head with the little Tweety birds. This is tough, guys. This is really tough. I encourage you guys to make your own Spartan locks, by the way. Maybe it should be this one, like you suggested, Monty. What do you think? You know what, guys? What do you think? It's the boring option, because it is, like, the new helmet. But what could be cool about this is because, canonically, this helmet here is the newest, most up-to-date version of Master Chief's line of helmets. Like, this is the new Master Chief helmet. You know, if we think of, like, the one from, like, Halo Wars and stuff being one of the earlier models, this is the latest model in the helmet that Master Chief uses. What do you think about that? Would that be kind of, like, thematically fitting for, like, you know, the man hunting Master Chief down? He's got, like, the experimental tech, the latest. What do you think? The helmet shape is very nice, but I feel like the visor is not nearly sharp enough. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's very, like, Here, I'm putting that on. Let's see if maybe we can fix that. Like, maybe a different visor. I don't know. What do you think? Unfortunately, I don't have too many glowing visors. I mean, here is a visual depiction of our work in progress Agent Locke if he was trapped in his suit as it was filled with Mountain Dew and he can't get out. But what do you think? Like, does the helmet give a bit more aggressive energy if it has, like, a glow to the visor? I feel like Locke's visor has a bit of a stern expression to it. Yeah, he does have kind of like a, I mean, I'm gonna get you. Like, he does have, like, that energy to him. Yeah, this might be a little bit too, wide-eyed. Just don't like the Chimera helmet too much. I don't like this weirdness to it. Rats, you know? Gosh, what a hard world we live in, guys. What helmet are we gonna give? Agent Locke. Let's look at some of the helmets I don't own then. I mean, I'm not gonna buy anything, but just, you know, for visualization's sake. Because my mind kind of screens out all of these helmets. Okay, no. I'm sorry. That, like, big head here, mustard head, like, no. that helmet's silly. He looks like he's smiling. He's like, hey, Master Chief, someone just told me a really funny joke. A little bit too broken up and industrial, I think. That looks pretty damn cool. But it's also, I think, a little bit too angular. Oh, let me... Canonically, Mark 7 was an older Gen 1 platform that Master Chief's Infinite Armor got most of its features from. Gotcha. Okay, it was older then. That's interesting. I mean, it does help. It does help. This is Agent Locke if Agent Locke wanted a birdhouse on top of his helmet. Come on, what the fuck is this? This is like a... This is like if somebody wanted their head to be a UFO. Ah, unfortunately, Sarah Palmer has claimed this one. Okay, no. I'm sorry, no. Just something about this is like... Ugh. I don't know. That's the sound that comes to my mind when I see this helmet. I see... Oh. I'm sleepy. Okay, that's the grunt helmet. The one that kind of looks like a grunt. We can't do that. This is very silly looking. Mist, what a Vernissage's Fireteam Osiris redesigns. It's been a while since I saw that. I'll have to give it a look. Give Locke a tactical Mark 7 armor set. I'm not sure if Locke, though, is tactical. Like, Agent Locke is a man who operates in the shadows. He's the guy who makes people disappear in the night, you know? He's not really, like, bandoliers, straps, radio. Like, he wouldn't have, like, a radio, you know? He'd have an earpiece. Like, you think of, like, you know, like, the president is secure. You know, like, the earpieces with the little, like, swirly wires. Like, that's the vibe that Agent Locke gives. So, like, that radio on his shoulder, that thing's gonna go. Okay, no. Like, just no. Straight up no. No. What is this? Come on. What are these, like, little, like, horns? Some of these are so weird looking. Dude, what on earth is this? This is, like, almost it. It's just the proportions that are all wrong. Like, make the face a little bit thinner. Elongate that chin out a little bit. Bring that visor out a little bit. And you know, and then sharpen this thing up and you'd almost have it. Okay, that is a frowny face. This is almost it. If you got rid of these fins here and those like I know that this is, you know, supposed to be like inspired by Covenant-y stuff, but if you were to UNSC up this thing, you know, get rid of some of the more Covenant-y stuff, this would basically be kind of like the silhouette. Gosh, now we're getting towards some of the really weird looking armor. What the hell is this? Yeah, that's a bird, my wife just said from across the room. Yeah, if any of you guys have any of these helmets bought and you want to experiment, you know what? You know what? Let's see, does it have it? Oh, man, this is so close. It's a little bit too tactical. A little bit too tactical. Shit! Locke's helmet is in here somewhere. The Negotiator! General Kenobi! Gosh. The helmet is in here. Locke's helmet is in here somewhere. I can feel it in my bones. Enough to make my systems go. Welcome to the new age. I could stare at these all day. I won't. I'm just saying I could. Gosh, I gotta stick with this helmet right now because the sharpness and the Master Chief-like brim is what I'm thinking of as like a dark mirror to the Master Chief. So I'm going to keep it now. Okay, I'm not happy with it because what you guys said about the visor is totally true. It's not a very aggressive visor, unfortunately. But we'll keep it for now because it's the best I've got at the moment. It's the one I'm at least sold on. There we go. That's the... Look at this. We're getting somewhere with our Agent Locke. Now let's get rid of this tactical stuff. Okay. Something that's a little bit more sleek. A little bit, do we want him to look kind of like a bulky? Because what I'm thinking is, you know, like the Master Chief stand down, like when he tries to arrest him. I want it to look like he could go toe-to-toe with the Chief, you know? Not like he's like this wimpy little guy who's like, Master Chief, maybe if you could possibly, arrest yourself. That's a little bit cool. I don't mind that too much because of the way it's smooth looking. And then it complements, you know, like the arms down here and stuff. Here, you know what? Let's see what that would look like on both arms. Guys, this is fun. This project, this is a lot of fun. I don't know about you. If any of you guys have any good ideas, I encourage you to do your own Agent Locke and send me the images. In fact, post them to the Halo subreddit if you so desire. And explain the project that we've been working on in the stream. Ah, no, there's the walkie-talkie. That's not spy-like. What do you think about this? This little, beep, 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 you know? Computer. I could have said computer. DM'd you Werner Sage's infinite redesigns of Fireteam Osiris. Here, let me check it out. Okay, I'm pulling up Werner Sage's. Those look good. But Vernisage, he's also here. He's trying to stick very close to the designs of Halo 5. What I'm thinking is deviating. Like, being okay with throwing out as much of it as we can to kind of focus more on this, like, spy-like. And then we got these stupid frickin' gloves. I almost imagine Agent Locke's Spartan armor, he'd have the fingerless gloves from ODST. Maybe just on one hand. And it's the hand that he uses to, like, operate, like, buttons, you know? Here, we'll get this thing off his arm, because it's a little bit greebly. Here, and then as for, like, his visor color, should we stick with that same blue visor, or are we going to go with the idea of, like, this thing flips down and then, pa-ching, Sam Fisher style, it lights up as his trademark blue? What do you think of, like, a glowing orange visor? Make the visor green or orange? See, what I'm worried about is, like, the green. You know what? No, it does look cool. It does, doesn't it? It looks very espionage. It gives Tom Clancy. Oh, and then the lighting from his beep, 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 beep on his chest is also green. What do you think? What do you guys think? How do you feel? Okay, let's also get the belt off. We'll find a belt for him later. What do you think? Wait, G, options, hide UI. What do you guys think of this? I know that there is stuff that's missing, like he's missing something, you know? But right now, as for like a dark mirror to the Master Chief, the man who operates in the shadows, hired to bring in the most dangerous target of the UNSC. The Master Chief, but rogue. Like, what do you think of this? I want you to continue to refer to items as nebulous sound effects rather than their actual names. I'm like, you guys, what do you think about this? You think that's good? What do you think of that? Does that look, does that give tactical or does that give spy? And then, oh crap, it's covered up. Okay. And then for shits and giggles, he'll have this. No, he won't have this. Okay, I'm just kidding. You know, if he didn't have, like, this visor thing down, he'd probably have this glowing green eyepiece thing, right? But here, let's give him a little computery, a little beep boop on his arm. There you go, because that's where his, like, Osiris, search the area, or whatever he says in Halo 5. There you go, I had to get rid. Okay. What do you think of this so far? It's within the limits of what I can do so far with customization, but what do you think of this as like a new take on Agent Locke? Locke does the dirty work, so Chief can be the UNSC hero. Exactly, Brute. Mark my words, Master Chief. I will lock you up. More blue, less green, says Uriel. Your Roriel? Yeah, the more blue, I was going to go with the blue at first, but then someone suggested the green, and it does give, like, Sam Fisher, you know? Like, could you imagine how freaking scary it would be? Like, what I'm doing is, like, we're setting up the scene, okay? It's like the Insurrectionist is, like, coming into, like, his cabin or whatever. And it's like, you know, his cabin is like completely black, like very shadowy. And the Insurrectionist turns on a desk lamp. And right when he turns on the desk lamp, behind him in the blackness, like the green visor lights up. And then Agent Locke like heavy footsteps steps out of the darkness and just like takes the guy out. Like, the green kind of gives night vision goggles, right? It's totally up to you guys, though. Stealing needs visor basil with a stern expression. Yeah, this helmet, do not worry, this helmet is completely placeholder, because I unfortunately do not have a better helmet in my inventory. And ODST helmets are completely off limits, because Buck has already claimed those, and Locke is not an ODST. Yeah, he needs like a helmet with a really aggressive-looking visor. Something very, very snaky and spy-like. Like that James Bond fella. He's a nice young man. You know, it does kind of work, the Cavallino helmet. Okay. It is a little bit blocky head-on, but from the side at least. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to need something more streamlined. Gosh. I just don't know, you guys. Like, that helmet is also really badass. If it wasn't for the fact that it's very, like, kind of like bubbly. As well, and also, you know, I think Fred has taken it. Deadeye, you know, kind of looks like he ate a lemon. EOD, unfortunately, has been taken by, I know it's not technically EOD, but it's, you know, when I look at that EOD helmet now, all I can think of is the guy from the Halo TV show. And so because of that, we can't use it, because I associate that helmet now with a character. Which sucks, because that also is a pretty good-looking helmet. War Chief, second to last one. This guy? Santa Claus? Gosh, you know, that is pretty freaky looking. With the glowing green. And the Assailer helmet would, like, almost be it if you got rid of this fin here. This one's a little bit too blocky. Yeah, just if you guys are if you guys have your Xboxes on or you got Halo open on Steam, like, workshop something. I trust you guys. If you own helmets that I don't own, I think canonically something Oni-esque like Talon could work, kind of like how the Spartan 4s use their past to influence their armors. Something like the Talon armor. No, it looks too much like those the hats that people wear at the football games and they drink the sodas out of them. That's the energy that helmet's giving. Morgan, you know, Fred's claimed it. I almost... No. I was about to say that Gungnir helmet, but no. It's not working. It's just not working for me. Scorn. It's this that's not doing it for me on the Scorn helmet, because it looks like he's going, ooh, like perpetually, you know? Like just forever. He's like, ooh, Master Chief, I'm gonna bring you in. So we can't do that one, unfortunately. This looks like RoboCop. The future of military policing. Oh my god, is this a RoboCop reference? In Halo? In my Halo? Yeah, this is a RoboCop reference. What the fuck? I've never noticed that. What the hell? That's some goofy nonsense right there. I'm sorry, no. This is Mr. Spectacles. This is the guy that gets bullied in science class because he's way too into it. Gosh. Added you a couple of ideas over on X. Let me see. Take a look at some of your ats, Monty. Okay, here we go. That is so good looking. Holy moly. Look at that. Oh, excuse me. That's good looking. What do you guys think? Dude. That all... Yeah. Yeah, see, Monty's onto it. You know what? That, let me... I think I have that one. How do you make it not, like, silvery and reflective? Because if that wasn't, like, reflective, then I think it would be really badass. Like, if it just looked like a variant of the helmet. where the visor is enclosed, you know? Maybe somebody can do it up in Photoshop. What do you think? How'd you do it? You made it look really badass. Mine just ends up looking a little bit silly. Depends on the coatings. I used the Cinder Ring one. I think Cinder Ring is what I've got. Yep. So Cinder Ring's what I've got also set up. Okay, let's try stance. Maybe the stance. Oops, I forgot to equip it. Forgot to equip it. See, that's the problem. Okay. Our goofy take on Spartan Lock. Yeah, like, look at that. Look at that. That's a dude ready to take the Master Chief in. That's a dude ready to, well, Master Chief is out on the battlefield using grunts as bowling pins. Like, he's operating in the shadows. Look at that. Master Chief, Cortana is our concern now. Look at him. He's ready to kick down doors, make some arrests, assassinate an arbiter or two. What do you think? Do you think it's working? What do you think? Do you think that works as like an Agent Lock type thing? The green visor fits the assassin too well. Mirage don't look right, in my opinion, says Chief and the Arbistor. What do you think would be a good, what do you think would be a good set of armor then for him? Because I feel like the Mirage armor set, what's kind of cool about it is that it's inherently like, I mean, it's Oni stuff, you know, it's just on its own, it's very, it looks like, you know, spy stuff. There's something about it that just kind of like, Chief's built more like a tank. He's built more for like infiltration, you know? What is it about it that's throwing you off? Like any specific part of the body that just doesn't look right. Here, and then we're gonna give him, that way it's not like this silly red commando. Well, he uses the battle rifle, doesn't he, Agent Lock? Agent Lock's battle rifle should be dark and mysterious. Maybe he'll even use nah, this one's too tactical looking. Well, maybe that's the point, you know? Ba-ching! We turn on the red dot sight and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe that's kind of the point. You know, if he's going to be Sam Fisher-like, he's got to have a battle rifle that's kitted out. Maybe it's also got a suppressor on the end of it. Yeah, look at him. Look at him over there, checking out his gear before the mission. There it is. What do you think, guys? Are we cooking? if you don't think that we're cooking, I want to see what you cook. Would it be kind of like a platinum green, kind of like that? Or should it be just like gunmetal black, you know? Should it be kind of like Olympus Tactical? Here, let's go over to the menu now. What do you think of that? It needs the belt. Okay, we'll try putting the belt on. I can't believe how long we did this for. So kind of like this. What do you think? Does that give Agent Locke? Oh, and also Agent Locke, my version of him, Cool Locke, he would not be played by Mike Coulter. He would be played by Idris Elba. He would be Idris Elba as the James Bond type, like, spy character, you know, that he was always meant to play. Yeah, I'm not feeling the belt, to be honest. I am feeling these, this beep, 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 boop, beep, you know, whatever that thing's supposed to be. Like, look at him. He looks all spied up. Yeah. So this is as close right now to the limits that we're working with as I can think of for... If I were to redesign Agent Locke's armor and go for like a Master Chief is the big bulky tank, Agent Locke is the man in black who makes people disappear in the middle of the night, who operates outside the bounds of UNSC law, the man that Oni turns to get stuff done. But of course, if they were asked, they'd have to deny all knowledge of what he's involved in. If they have to, they will disown him. But he understands. He gets his hands dirty so that the UNSC can have their hero in the Master Chief. That's the kind of vibe that I'm going for here. Locke is the boogeyman, the government stooge. No, he's not a stooge. That's not the correct word. A stooge is like a bad thing. Agent Locke is like he's cool, collected. He gets the mission done. This is just an OC at this point. Yeah, we're basically just making a new character because Locke is not nearly that cool. But on the plus side, guys, we accidentally made a really damn cool looking Mirage armor. This is certainly cooler than whatever I had before. I'll probably run it in some multiplayer games. Ah. What a goon of a Spartan. Oh my gosh. Might want to give him that stance with the battle rifle. Yeah. I'm starting to get really tired, guys, so I'm probably going to be hopping off, but we will check out a stance with his battle rifle. There is Agent Locke with his tactical battle rifle setup. It's got a red dot on it. It's got a suppressor on it, an imaginary one. He's ready to get stuff done. He's ready to bring in the Master Chief. And he's ready to be the main character of a bunch of really edgy fan fiction stories. Master Chief, I'm bringing you in. Yeah, this was fun, guys. Alrighty. That's how we'll cap this off. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I will see you guys later. And take care, everybody. See you later.